Yo, what's up? What's up? Let's jump in. Got to pull up my caption thingy. That lamp keeps flickering, and I have no idea why. I rearranged some of the cables underneath my desk, and for some reason, like, this lamp just has a short in it. I don't know if it's like the way that the power strip is probably just janky. Nothing else is flickering, it's just the lamp. So I don't know if it's like that specific plug. The way I have it arranged, you know how when a power thing has like a big brick on the end of it and it takes up the whole fucking outlet, it takes up the whole power strip. And so even though you have a power strip, you've been using the move Poltergeist too much. That's why. I've been thinking about switching out Poltergeist, to be honest. After that insane citrus berry nonsense yesterday, I've been thinking about maybe going back to Shadow Claw or something. It's just that the 110 base power helps my calcs so much. I mean, I've got my work cut out for me. I'm already using Scarf Rock Slide. No Mega? Like, come on. You gotta give me some credit. Hopefully we can just get a crazy win streak going and just get to Masterball rank, and I can maybe put Mega Chestnut on the team. Because, like, with the... I check the plug, and there's not, like, a short in it, as far as I'm aware. And it, like, makes this weird effect happen. It's not, like, pinched under anything as far as I can tell. Anyway. Masquerada I've seen a couple times, but I just don't really see. This is just a balanced swing at the, swing at you kind of team. Basket Legion most likely in the back for last respect sweeping. No Rain though. Maybe Whimsicott's carrying it. We can lead with Heracross into pretty much everything that they've got, which is nice. Whimsicott, Empoleon can definitely help us deal with that. Empoleon's got Icy Wind, which is also pretty decent into most of their team. So I think we lead with Heracross and Empoleon, and then maybe we've got Farigiraf, Aegislash in the back. Yo, what's up, Crossman? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, see, there's the lamp coming back on. I don't know. Sneasler Masquerada. Alright, so we're just going to lock ourselves into close combat here. We switch out Empoleon to Farigiraf to catch the fake out. Works like a charm. Armor Tail has been carrying me. Like, I love that damn move. Now, we go after the Masquerada rather than the Sneasler because I don't know what Masquerada does. Watch out for Starmies. I've seen them popping off on other streams, so people don't really expect 200 damage self-destruct. Self-destruct hits everything, right? They, like, protect their partner and then self-destruct to, like, AoE your board. Because it's with huge power or whatever it's called. I'm wondering if they're going to protect Dragonite as soon as it comes in. They don't outspeed me. I'm going to go after Sneasler because I can Hyper Voice to break multi-scale, and I think that's a little bit better. Starmie is a little bit difficult for us to deal with, I won't lie. Ooh, that's a good roll on the close combat. Heracross is going to go down to whatever Dragonite's packing. Oh, the throat chop! Yo, countered my Hyper Voice. Damn. That's extremely unfortunate. I guess I should have just clicked Psychic. I wasn't thinking about Throat Chop at all. I'm actually going to switch out Heracross here into Aegislash, so it's in shield form. And I'll just click Psychic on the Sneasler. There's a world where they actually switch Sneasler into something else, but I don't think they would bring Sneasler, Masquerada, and Incineroar into this team. Whimsicott, I'll take it. So they want to do a Tailwind setup. I wasn't expecting Flamethrower. Oh, and a burn? That's rude. I knew that they wanted to go after Heracross. I probably should have brought in Empoleon in that spot to tank a potential fire move or something. And then we have Icy Wind threat here. Very, very unfortunate stuff. We do not outspeed. They're going to Tailwind. I think it's a Trick Room angle. I can go for Shadow Sneak on Whimsicott. And then I'm going to try to set up a Trick Room here. Includikoffin, welcome in. Welcome, Chef. Yep, there's the Tailwind. I think Shadow Sneak is strong enough. Well, actually, no. With the burn, no. Yeah, with the burn, it's on enough. Oh, that switch into Aegislash was super unfortunate. I didn't think they had a fire move on the Dragonite. I didn't get the Tailwind, I didn't get the Trick Room up. So they're going to outspeed. I could maybe try to fish for a Rock Slide. But Heracross is going to get eaten by Flamethrower and Moonblast. So I'm going to go for Empoleon here and just go for Icy Wind. Aegislash, we will King Shield. Because I still have to break the multi-scale. And I might be able to get a last-minute Shadow Sneak in. If I was them, I probably wouldn't worry about Aegislash. Because it's so low and it's burned. Oh my god, Endeavor. I wasn't thinking about Endeavor. That's so cringe. Oh my god, I should have just Shadow Sneak again. Oh, yeah, we're bodied then. Yo, I can't believe they didn't think I was going to Shadow Sneak a second time. I guess they did it just as coverage. Like, they don't care if Whimsicott goes down because they have the Tailwind. But that is extremely brutal. Dragonite has Flamethrower, but I don't know if it's packing like a flying move. They've shown Dragon Pulse. So they're running a set that's very similar to what I was running. Unfortunately, they still have one more Pokemon in the back, don't they? They go after Aegislash. I wonder if Rock Slide is my best bet here to lock myself into. Probably to 1v2. Yeah, that switch into Aegislash. I should have had a little bit more faith and just put Empoleon in that spot, because I think that we take the Flamethrower admirably, and I'm in a better position to just Icy Wind immediately. Yeah. They get the Fake Out. I think I actually do survive the Flamethrower. Oh, wait, lol. Never mind. Ah, dang. Yeah, so my misplay was Throat Chop countering my Hyper Voice, because I was trying to break Multiscale. I should have just gone for Psychic, and I take down the Sneasler. And then the switch into Aegislash should have been a switch into Empoleon. I wasn't expecting Flamethrower on the Dragonite. But I suppose that's pretty standard. Dragon Pulse, Flamethrower, Ice Beam, and then Dealer's Choice for the fourth, maybe Protect. I read on Reddit that Blastoise is a super counter to Incineroar, especially because now it has access to Shell Smash. Any opinions on that? Mega Blastoise has always been very, very underrated. So I think I figured out a lead into Pelipper. We go we lock ourselves into close combat onto the Pelipper, and then I can finish it off with Aegislash. We double up into it. We can bring Empoleon if we want to be competitive. If they go for not a Pelipper Archaludon lead, I think this is probably about the same diff. Chestnut lines up pretty well into their team outside of Pelipper is the issue. So if my lead works out and I can take down Pelipper, I think we're golden. And I realized that I've been going for like weird, like Rock Slide, but it's actually better for me to lock in close combat into the Pelipper. Even though it's not very effective, the high base damage and stab is just a very, very strong play. Ooh, so they go for this lead. So they want to flip turn into the Pelipper. I wonder if they're going to fake out. They're going to fake out and then, like, flip turn with the Basculegion. So we're going to close combat the Sneasler and then switch into Farigiraf. We block the fake out. Close combat is not a one-hit KO on Sneasler ever. But it does put it in a nice range. And I've learned my lesson from the last Throat Chop. So now they bring in Pelipper. Sneasler, they'll go for like Dire Claw or something. I wonder if they're going to protect the Pelipper, but I just double up on it here. I'm just going to go for single target. I don't want to get bopped by Throat Chop again. I'm just going to go for Psychic. Pelipper has to be like max speed Choice Scarf in order to outspeed here. It could be like Pelipper Tailwind. Oh my god, we actually took down Pelipper. The demon is down. Repeat, the demon is down. So they're going to bring in Archaludon next, right? So then we have Chestnut for that. Because they want Electro Shots. They could try to double up on the Chestnut. So I think it's either we protect Farigiraf because they're anticipating Trick Room. I think that we try to bait them. We protect Farigiraf and actually body press the Archaludon. I think they're going to double up on Farigiraf here. Sneasler's in a really, really good position. And Electro Shot doesn't make sense. Yo! Oh my god. I got it wrong. I got it wrong. I thought that they would double up. They go for Dire Claw there. Obscene. Oh, they don't double up. Okay, they split it. Okay, but now we've lured them into a false sense of security. Now we spiky shield and go for Trick Room. Or no, we have to go for Trick Room. Yes! I will say, Scar, something I realized that Heracross should run upper hand to any priority move, including Prankster boosted moves and flinch block people. That's if we aren't on Scarf, like in matchups where you don't bring Giraffe. There's definitely a world where I figure out a non-Scarf Heracross. Because I know that people have been putting upper hand on Pokemon as well. Because there's a lot of fake out in the metagame. So, we're all chilling. Our Chaladon just went for Protect, so we get the body press here. And I'm going to go for Psychic. Oh my god, they could switch the Archaladon into Basket Legion, reading the body press. So I can't body press into the Archaladon slot. Which means I should just Wood Hammer. Wood Hammer might not be strong enough. But this covers the switch. Yo, they did not switch? Okay. Wow, I got that read wrong again. You survived, Farigiraf, you animal! Oh my god, the steed and the rain stops. Ready to climb? Oh, I'm really feeling it already, Mr. Krabs. Welcome in, Rune. They got to use the rain while they have it so they don't switch. No, you can just flash cannon or something with the Archaladon. I think you definitely try to go for the read and reposition. I imagine they're going to protect Archaladon here, or might even double protect to try to burn a turn of Trick Room. That Basket Legion will have to lock itself into Wave Crass if you manage to kill Archaladon. Yeah, the Psychic is really strong there, but we outspeed Woodhammer. That turn where I was able to squeeze in the Trick Room was beautiful. And we took down a Pelipper this game, Rune. I think you missed it. We actually defeated our demon. Yeah, we just got started. That was our second game today, right? The first one we lost. It's funny, I don't even remember what happened in the first game. Oh, no, their Dragonite had Flamethrower, and I didn't read it. And I had Throat Chop counter my Hyper Voice. So I got outplayed twice in one game and lost. Oh, God, the Forbidden. So, do you remember the opening chat? We lead Armor Rouge so that it can Arm Cannon the Venusaur. And a Pokemon that can protect. And then we switch into Heracross and finish off Charizard with the choice wide Rock Slide with a wide guard. We only need to really get around Charizard and we can bring Chestnut into the rest of what they've got, which is really strong. And for a protection Pokemon, I think Empoleon is pretty solid. I'm this close on getting myself my own Empoleon 3 games in a row that I thought to myself, if I had Empoleon here, it would have been free. This is another Pokemon that, like, now that I've been using it more and more, I'm like, wait a minute. This thing is insane. Whimsicott Rotom. A very a very chill opening. So Rotom, they've got Hydro Pump. They've also got Thunderbolt. I'm going to go for Icy Wind, because I believe the Whimsicott is Focus Sash. No, we're doubling up on it. Competitive. Yeah, they went for Electro Web and Tailwind. They want full priority speed control here. Whimsicott, you dodge! Oh my god. Oh my god, and it was boosted. Lord have mercy on my soul. No, it was Sash, wasn't it? Obviously, it wasn't Bright Powder. Should I switch the Empoleon? We leave Armarouge in and we switch Empoleon into Heracross. Yeah, Icy Wind missed the Whimsicott, so it's actually alive with 1 HP when it's not supposed to be. And they protect. This is actually ideal, because they still don't know. This would be an insane read if they somehow were like, I've played against Armarouge before. Domain expansion. Wide guard. I cannot wait. Your Tailwind means nothing to me. Unless they just go for like Weather Ball into Heracross. Like if they aren't if they're like, that's Flash Fire. This actually makes a lot more sense. If they just go for Weather Ball into Heracross. We live Moonblast. Yeah. They just go for Heat Wave. Okay, Rock Slide finishes both. We missed earlier, so we deserve to land this one. The fact that Meganium beats this still baffles me, lol. Meganium beats, like, Charizard and stuff, you mean? Good old Heat Wave. Nothing beats that. If I was playing a team that relied on spread damage, I would probably look up every single Pokemon that learns like Wide Guard and stuff. They still have Tailwind up, and Venusaur is fast as all heck. So there's really nothing we can do here. Oh, you run her on Rain. Okay, that does make sense. So there's really not much we can do here. I can go into Chestnut. How many turns of Tailwind do they have left? Wait, is Tailwind down? Venusaur still outspeeds, though, in Chlorophyll. If I can outlast the sun so that Venusaur doesn't have Chlorophyll, I can come back in. Competitive is so funny. So I'm going to Leech Seed the Rotom. Okay, Tailwind's down. They've still got a few more turns of Sunlight. I'm going to Leech Seed the Rotom. Double Protect Stall, we win this. I guess you're right. We don't need to Leech Seed right now. Yeah, they have to, like, land Sleep Powder. Empoleon's going to get outsped anyway. So I guess I could try to go for a double protect here. Bulletproof. We don't take damage from Sludge Bomb. So now we Leech Seed the Rotom. Electro Web is very interesting. How long till the sun's gone? I think they have 2 more turns of sun. I gotta think about what I need to lock myself into. I guess I can just bring out Armarouge. I can Spiky Shield. It does. I don't really need to protect because, like, Chestnut isn't under threat by anything. I can just Wood Hammer the Rotom. Wide Guard saves from Electro Web. That is true. I kind of... do I feel like taking the Recoil? Like, is this thing scarfed or something? It hasn't done anything except Electro Web. Yo, Sleep Powder? Okay. They go for that so that they can try to outpace my fire move into the Venusaur. All right, Sunlight down. I think I actually just keep going after Venusaur for real. Because the Rotom doesn't have anything to hurt Chestnut, and it's just Leech Seed fodder for me. We'll burn some turns of sleep on the Armarouge. Yeah, they can't Sleep Powder Chestnut. And they don't have Sludge Bomb. Chestnut is soloing here. And they have to... And then when Armarouge wakes up, it'll outspeed. I don't know what speed investment Venusaur... The messages go by too fast. They probably thought it just missed. Is it choice into Sleep Powder? No, no. They already used Sludge Bomb earlier, but Chestnut's bulletproof. I can try to go for Arm Cannon here. In case Armarouge wakes up. Oh, come on, Armarouge. First, 1 turn of sleep is guaranteed. Second turn of sleep is... I think a 30% chance. And then third turn of sleep is guaranteed wake up. Yeah, they just aren't... They're just clicking buttons. I don't know. I'm glad I leech seeded the Rotom, by the way. I'm just vibing. The Electro Web means that Armarouge is not going to outspeed. Yeah, there's the forfeit. Chestnut. Unbelievable. That game would have went a little bit smoother if the Icy Wind didn't miss. Because we get a little bit more damage on the Rotom and we clean up the Whimsicott. They knew they couldn't do anything to your Chestnut with Heracross chilling in the back. They were done once the Charizard went down. Very true. So, we got bopped by Sand the one time. They just sent out Excadrill and just annihilated me. The Intimidate drop from Incineroar is very spooky. Mega Skarmory. Primarina is also very good into this team. They've got like Moonblast and stuff. Heracross lead just feels correct. It's just that with the Intimidate drop on the Heracross, it messes with the calculations. Like, I could try to swap Heracross in later. There's a world where they just lead with Tyranitar and Excadrill and just start clicking buttons, though. So I think I could actually lead Armarouge Heracross, predicting that lead. And if they go for... And then I can wide guard, predicting like Earthquake or Rock Slide. And if they lead with Incineroar or something, I can just choice... I can just close combat the Incineroar. And... Okay, I just realized that I forgot to pick my other 2 Pokemon. But I think that Chestnut and Empoleon are probably what I would have taken. Empoleon is really good against them because Steel beats Sinistcha, Chilly Water beats Incineroar. So they're just going to go for Fake Out. I actually need to switch out the Heracross so I don't eat a Moonblast. They have that one move. They have that ability that makes their voice into water. So Armarouge is actually also in trouble if they just go for Hyper Voice. They might just go for like Flare Blitz. There's the fake out on the Empoleon. We actually outspeed the Primarina. That's good data. Oh, they're trying to set up. I see. They're going to have, what's it called? Darkest Lariat into the Armarouge. Heracross can beat Primarina. Yeah, if we know it's slower, I think you could ignore her. That's fair. We can just Aura Sphere into the Incineroar. Plus Chilly Water. Yeah, there's really no good position for him. Just get some damage down. Focus Sash gives me a little bit of zhuzh. They probably aren't expecting Sash Armarouge. Oh my god, Parting Shot competitive. Ah, double boost. Let's go. Competitive. Rude. Oh my goodness, the Empoleon. Oh, the sand. Okay, they got me with the sand. I've never seen that interaction before where the sand actually procs at the very end of the turn because of Parting Shot. So now we just bring out Heracross and punch the Primarina. It's at 52%. No, we send Empoleon after it, right? Yeah, Heracross gets Primarina. The +4 Chill Water gets Tyranitar. Absolutely. What do we do into the Primarina? We've got Smart Strike, which is just effective. Not very effective stab, high. I'm just going to go for close combat. It's better to lock myself into it. It's a better move for me to lock myself into. Oh, God, no. Oh, my God. Oh. That's dreadful. $120 plus stab. I guess she'll go down to the... She'll go down to the Sandstorm. I can Spiky Shield the Chestnut against another Moonblast. Empoleon still has Chill Water. They go back into Incineroar to get the Intimidate drop. Competitive activates again. And Primarina doesn't drop to sand Buffet here. Oh, wait, no, it does. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. If their last Pokemon is Excadrill, Chestnut eats the Earthquake for breakfast and completely destroys the Excadrill. So they have to Sand Rush Rock Slide to high. Oh, wait, no, it's just Tyranitar. Wait, they have one more in the back, right? Yeah, there it is. Excadrill. So they're going to protect Tyranitar. Excadrill goes first. And they're going to want to lay in a ground move into Empoleon. So I'm going to protect. What's the Ivy spread on the Giraffe again? I'm min speed. Max HP, max special attack. I think a little bit of special defense in there. What did the Excadrill go for? Because I can Spiky Shield here, and they can never attack me with the Excadrill. We need to take down Excadrill, but the Empoleon might go down. I mean, I guess that's fine. Horsepower. Okay. I'm trapped in Legends ZA for all eternity to get Floette, Lamau. Low kick? Oh, that's some technology right there. Low kick? Must be for the mirror. So we Leech Seed for the hard guarantee, right? No, we don't even need to Leech Seed. They have nothing, right? Crunch, which is not very effective. They just have to protect here. Body Press is just way too strong. Transfer with low kick is classic? I've never seen it before. Of course you're faster. Mega Tyranitar gets a little bit faster. Oh, that's another good game under our belt. I was just sad that we couldn't fire +6 chill water. I know, I know. Oh, crazy final boss here. They've got a lot of spread damage. Dazzling Gleam, Heat Wave, Rock Slide, Earthquake. So we've got to bring Armarouge. Fortunately, we can click Heracross into whatever they do turn 1. You'd open Empoleon and Armarouge? I guess that makes sense. Empoleon matches up incredibly well into their whole biz. I really would like to bring Farigiraf. But Aegislash is just my answer to their Aegislash and also Floette. Aegislash is just kind of decent into most of their team outside of the Delphox. Yeah, Aegislash has never failed me before. So Aerodactyl either goes for Rock Slide or Tailwind, potentially Earthquake. So we Wide Guard. And then we Icy Wind. There are too many fun ghosts. I really want to run around ghost monoing. That could be pretty fun. Mimikyu, like Gengar, and you don't even need to run Mega Gengar, really catch people off guard. And then run like Mega Golurk instead. So they do go for Tailwind. Domain expansion. Wide guard. Oh, that's right. Basculegion is a ghost. We're going to go for Icy Wind again. I'm going to wide guard just because there's a chance that they're going to be like, aha, there's no way they'll predict me to go Rock Slide and Earthquake again, because I've actually lost to that before. I think that they're going to adapt to the wide guard, and they don't. So it's better. Wow, Armarouge, why are you so tanky? When did that change? I'm also so surprised by who randomly has it. Aerodactyl and Pelipper have wide guard. Pelipper is wide guard? They gave that demon everything. So we know dual wing beat is a problem. Competitive. Competitive. We just keep going. We just go for Icy Wind again. Or do we chill water the Incineroar? They're just going to fake out. Probably to finish off Armarouge. Fake out won't work on Aegislash. I made you a quesadilla. It's on the counter, babe. Whatever you like. Flare Blitz! Okay, I thought they were going to go for Fake Out. Well done. Icy Wind takes down the Aerodactyl. Get some nice chip on Incineroar. I can protect Empoleon. There's Floette. Chill water on the Incineroar. And then we Poltergeist the Floette. Wait, no, I'm supposed to Iron Head the Floette for super effective. Oh my god, why didn't I Iron Head? Wow, they changed their damage by the recoil. That means that Empoleon actually does get to go through here. It might actually be lit because we can Shadow Sneak if it doesn't actually clear. Because Floette's tiny, right? Yeah, we'll Shadow Sneak. We can protect Empoleon and Shadow Sneak the Floette. Oh, wait. Floette's their last Pokemon? Sprays water on the cat. Yes! Yes! What a run! What a run today on the stream. What a final boss. We take those. Oh my god. Master Ball tier. Night themed team. No Pokemon home. No Mega Pokemon on the team. Actually, incroyable play. Let me tell you, this. I don't want to toot my own horn that much because I definitely feel like, you know, you can get to Master. It's one of those things where like you definitely can climb to Master Ball tier as long as your Pokemon are decently situated into the meta. That was a crazy win run too. Oh my god. I do want to thank all y'all for, you know, chilling with me. Shout out to Moxie Boosted once again the other day for the big raid. Now I'll get a Mega Chestnut on the team. Bro played Pirate Aggro to Master. Ain't that right? We were honestly gimmicking everybody with the Scarf Heracross Rock Slide. But the Rock Slide, as we know, was only for Charizard. Everybody else got the close combat. Did you hear the big news? I hear you have big news to celebrate, yes? Ah, Caraway, you're here again. Great timing as always, Caraway. At long last, a trainer from our gym has reached the Master Ball tier. Shout out to Ampharos, also cheering me on. Shout out to Mimikyu as well, also celebrating. Well done. I must say, this gym seems to have gained quite some fame recently. The whole city is buzzing with discussion about Scarzig. I truly am grateful to you for helping to keep Frontier alive with excitement. Gosh, that means a lot coming from you, Caraway. So our gym is famous now? Wow, thanks for the big PR boost, Scarzig. So, you've made it this far. Caraway's a hot babe. I think that I saw the criticism where it looks like she's 3 different character models that are like merged on top of one another. She's doing a lot. She has a very busy design. Please allow me to confer upon you this masterful title. You're in the title of Master Trainer. What would be really cool is if they, for like different seasons or different regulations, they have Caraway and Mayor Kojima like change outfits. Probably not, but it would be kind of cool. Ooh, nice. We get 10 more Pokemon for our box. It's no different than modern VTuber models. That's pretty good. All that's left before you is the champion tier. Further victories will not prove easy. You'll need to note strategic trends and come up with countermeasures and clever workarounds. They're letting me know you have to take into account the metagame. Above all, you must be thorough and preparing for whatever your opponents might throw at you. But I believe you can meet this challenge, Scarzig. Yeah, I've got faith in you too, kid. We'll reach the highest of heights together as a team. Just one last push till your dreams come true, Grandpa. We're so close now. I'm glad to see you all filled with such fervor to reach the peak of the battling world. Until we meet again, I wish you the best of luck in your efforts. These little cutscenes are kind of nice. Master Trainer. Unbelievable. Cordy's beard is whack, low-key. Who knows what they were cooking with these character designs? Caraway says you got to stay sharp and adapt all the 30% flitch the enemies will throw at you. We've already got wide guard. Honestly, it was Farigiraf, Armor Tail, Armarouge, wide guard were the things that were carrying us the most. People like me just hard switching into Farigiraf to eat a fake out so I can actually get my momentum going, so I can maintain tempo. It was just so strong. Hang on. So let me go to share a team. So we can take a look. Shout out once again to Rune for the suggestion to swap in Empoleon over Corviknight. The Corviknight just really wasn't cutting it. It had, you know, body press, which was cute, but it's just a little bit too much fighting coverage on the team. We didn't really make good use of Tailwind, and we aren't a hyper defensive team where we can have a screen setter really pop off for us. So Corviknight is very cool. I think I would probably need to revisit exactly how I would build it. Maybe some sort of iron defense, just really bulky thing that I could try to run into. Best Pokemon for the Night team is the first to get cut. Armarouge and Aegislash, yeah, are also way up there in terms of Knights. I like Corviknight. He's just too frail in special defense, and there's too many fire and electric types in the meta. And the thing, too, is, like, there's not really a lot of electric Pokemon in the meta, but, you know, there's Rotom, and then you'll get, like, a random Thunder or Thunderbolt or something out of Dragonite. And Electroshot. So you can't really last against things, you know? And you're just, you know, there's still, like, Blizzards in the metagame. A lot of fire. Definitely fire is the big issue for Corviknight. And again, I don't know what's making that lamp do that. It's something having to do with probably the port on the power strip it's plugged into. Archaludon's 120 electric rain boosted, and that gives him +1 is a big electric in the meta. Exactly. Like, that right away is going to have a major effect. And it really harkens back to a point we talked about towards the end of yesterday's stream, where when you have this really big burst of damage in the metagame like that, it warps the format around it, where stuff has to be able to survive it, or be immune to it, or have some way to beat down Archaludon before it has a chance to pop off, or some sort of gimmick where you can overwrite the rain so that the electroshot doesn't go off right away. Because Electroshot is like Solar Beam, right? Where it has to charge for a turn, but in the rain, it doesn't. But Empoleon, competitive, and Metal Coat. Low-key, you could probably give Empoleon the Never Melt Ice to boost up your Icy Wind, because that was the move that I clicked the most. Yeah, it's Solar Beam. It would also game with a free +1 special attack for no reason. Icy Wind, I'm adoring this move. Good spread damage. The speed reduction is just a little nice to maybe squeeze in. Especially like at higher levels where you have a big brain about all the speed tiers and stuff. And you're like, oh yeah, with the Icy Wind drop, that means that Armarouge actually goes first here, and it actually sets up Armarouge to get in some attacks. The Focus Sash feels amazing as well on the Armarouge, because I can just switch it into stuff, try to get in, or just go for a really audacious Armor Cannon or a Psychic into something. Exactly. Quadruple damage, it's a 2-hit KO on Garchomp, or you just Icy Wind and then just hit Garchomp with something neutral, and that's usually enough to do it. So Empoleon was the late game ringer, where it's like, oh no, we're struggling. How do we keep climbing? Empoleon joins the team. It's like the final party member you get in an RPG that's low-key kind of broken. It's just got insane coverage into the metagame as well, right? Flash Cannons help against fairies, which covers a lot of the weaknesses of this team. How it goes? Yo, Atona! We just went on a really sick win streak and got to Master Ball tier with this team. No Pokemon home, all drafted from the recruitment ranch, as you know, and no Mega Stone. Once we found out, we cut Corviknight, I see. Yes, Rune put us on Empoleon, which is kind of a knight. It's royalty. I think it definitely counts for the theme. But Yeah, and Corviknight was good, but it's just not well situated into the metagame and didn't really fit this team. And Empoleon was just like that perfect 6th Pokemon. We've got Chilling Water to deal with some fire types, just good neutral damage into things. Icy Wind gives us great coverage into Dragon, which we were kind of struggling with a bit. Ways to deal with Garchomp. Good chip damage into Flyers, which was something we were kind of also struggling against. Flash Cannon gives us a little bit of extra fairy coverage, so we don't always have to rely on Aegislash, because when you bring Aegislash, you're like, okay, well, since I have Aegislash, I kind of want to run for Farigiraf. And then Protect. The Protect ended up being very good on Empoleon as well. I was wondering if I would miss maybe not having Ice Beam or something in that slot. But the Protect was also great to just bait people. They try to go after Empoleon. It's way bulkier than people expect. Competitive is a nutso ability too. So even though Chilling Water, Icy Wind, Flash Cannon doesn't have that much of a low base attack, it's definitely the strongest base out of all three. But Chilling Water is 50 base and Icy Wind is like 40 base. But with competitive, it makes those moves into real moves. Icy Wind is incredible. I would legitimately replace the metal coat with Never Melt Ice and just boost up the Icy Wind even further. Having access to double protect with Chestnut and Empoleon to stall the weathers out is pure art. And that is another thing as well, right? My team doesn't have as much protection and stall ability, because this gives me much more counterplay into Tailwind. Because that was another thing that was really, I was struggling against teams that would set up Tailwind, and I wouldn't be able to try to swing in a Trick Room or something to try to counteract it. I didn't have that ability to slow down the pace of the game to wait out the Tailwind. I love that the night theme team is real. I'm actually so giddy that I was able to say, I'm going to build a team around some of my favorite Pokemon that I like. There's a theme, and it kind of just all came together. Armarouge. The wide guard just got more and more and more useful as time went on. Aura Sphere is also quite nice, you know, just having a fighting type move to hit into dark types, which is nice. But I could see the Aura Sphere being something else if they ever give Armarouge like a rock, some other type of move. I'm not sure what else I'd run in that spot. Default Armarouge comes with like Gyro Ball or something, but Aura Sphere is fine, and Aura Sphere never misses, so that's also a nice little guarantee of damage. I have to wonder how much of this was spent beating up 12-year-olds or whatever. Like, is Masters really easy to hit just by playing? I think so. Don't get me wrong, Otona. I'm not gonna toot my horn super hard and pretend like I was completely having to outplay everyone in order to make this team work. I was just, okay, I'm going to switch into Farigiraf because its ability blocks Fake Out. A lot of people I was beating weren't adapting their plays. So I would just go for like the layer 1 counter to what they were doing, and it would just work out, right? I lead with Heracross plus something into an Incineroar or a Sneasler, and I'm like, they're just going to click Fake Out automatically. So I would just swap into Farigiraf, which negates the Fake Out so I can land my close combat. The metagame has really begun to centralize around a handful of top Pokemon, a lot of spread. So having Armarouge with Wide Guard also really helped me. This team, despite how wonky it is, has been crafted and sharpened by the metagame itself. You know? Like Armarouge running Wide Guard. Heracross needing Rock Slide. Farigiraf, you know, putting Protect and Psychic on it. Aegislash putting Shadow Sneak on it. these are all decisions that have happened because of the metagame. Putting Chestnut on the team was also kind of a late addition to the squad, and the Chestnut worked out beautifully as well. The meta is whatever the meta is. The fact that it hit Masters means that something about the state of the game at the very least. Definitely. I think that what I would say this team, the statement, the takeaway for the metagame when you look at this team is, as long as you have something that can deal with spread, I think you're in a good spot. If your team can find a Pokemon that can learn Wide Guard, I feel like you're good into a lot of stuff. And I don't know, now that I'm in Master Ball tier, people are going to be probably playing at a much higher level to where I'm going to go for Wide Guard and they're going to know about the Wide Guard, and then they're going to go for a single target move to outplay the Wide Guard, and there's going to be a lot more games where I'm just going to be getting blown out of the water. Yeah, the team is just a weird toolbox. It isn't doing anything broken. It's just doing Pokemon fundamentals. That's probably the best way to put it, Atona. This is definitely a weird toolbox team. It's like anti-meta balance is probably the best way I would describe it. I'm not super up on like terminology, but generally, yeah, you've got Pokemon that hit hard. You've got some good abilities that line up well into the metagame. Farigiraf has definitely carried me a lot. I've been zeroing in on using it to counter Fake Out, but it's beaten Sucker Punch for me, right? Because Armor Tail turns off all priority moves, so I don't have to worry about getting sniped by things like Aqua Jet. It negating Sucker Punch is absolutely huge. It's negated a few Prankster attacks as well. The Prankster ability turns moves into priority moves, so people will go for like Prankster, Will-O-Wisp, and then Armor Tail will negate that so that they don't get their attack drop, and then my stuff swings true. Chestnut has been way better than I thought it was going to be on this team as well. He's so bulky. Bulletproof even came through a few clutch times so that you don't get hit by Sludge Bomb. Sludge Bomb, I think, was the big one that I negated. We can always change the Farigiraf for a fast Rock Slider like Aerodactyl. Maybe we can improve the team by removing Aegis for a fast Rock Slider like Garchomp. And then we can add Tyranitar to Rock Slide. And since we had a Tyranitar, we might as well throw an Extra Drill as well. Heracross can stay because he knows Rock Slide. And that is the other thing, too, with Pokemon teams. Pokemon kind of come in duos and trios. And so you can have like 2 trios on one team, or like a duo and then a core of 4 other Pokemon. So there's like different Tetris blocks of Pokemon that you can fit together to make your team. And so with this, Fire, Water, Grass core is very common. And that's sort of what we ended up on. You know, we didn't end up on like a Sand core or a Sun core. We ended up on Fire, Water, Grass core. And Armarouge with Flash Fire, people haven't really cared about Flash Fire at all. They still click the spread Fire move into Armarouge, but because I Wide Guard, I don't get the Flash Fire increase. So I don't know if weak armor would actually matter. With Focus Sash, maybe. You run Armarouge with weak armor, so you get dropped to Sash and you get a speed boost. And then it allows you to crack back by surviving the first hit. And then you get like the second armor cannon because you're faster. So I would definitely play around. How do you share the team? Oh, I'm in the share team menu so I can look at all the stats and the spreads. This is in train. This is in the training menu. Your team is quite balanced. You have Fire, Water, Grass, Steel, Psychic, Bug, Fighting, Ghost, Normal, and Psychic. Your team is good. Yeah, this is like a team that you run when you're just playing through the main game. 2 starters on the squad. Aegislash, at one point we did have Swords Dance on it. And the Swords Dance was baiting me into playing a bit too greedy. But I saw a set of Aegislash where it was running Sacred Sword, which is such a godlike move to click on. but we have too much fighting type, you know, on the team. But Sacred Sword could also be interesting. But Shadow Sneak has felt very good. So here's the team ID for this replica team. The meta is too fast with a lot of heavy hitters, so it's hard to set up. Exactly. But yeah, to get to that screen, you go to share your battle teams. And then when you click on it, you're able to view details. And then you can look at all the moves spread out nicely with their abilities. And then you just tab over to look at the stat spreads. So we've got max speed, max special attack, Armor Rouge with a couple points of HP investment. Isn't that the usual Pokemon meta? The meta definitely centralizes itself around just hitting really hard. Because if your opponent's Pokemon is knocked out, you don't have to worry about it clicking doing any damage, right? Offense is the best defense. And it's just like when you were a kid, you know, you have your Pokemon that is faster and clicks the super effective move to the thing that's across, and then you just sweep every other trainer in the game, including the Elite Four, and then you win. And there was that one, there's like, you know, forbidden fan projects where they actually update the Pokemon that the train and the AI of the trainers and stuff so they play a little bit more competitively against you. It's worth noting that this team is missing a lot of the things that help teams set up, like it's missing key items, missing some of the better tanks, etc. Without Terra and without safety goggles, moves like Rage Powder become a lot better, but I've only seen Rage Powder come out of Sinistcha. We don't have Amogus in the game, which was another one of the big support Pokemon that has redirection. I do those. My hobby's making Pokemon hack ROMs. Hack ROMs? I've never heard of that before, nor have I ever played one ever. But I did see, I think it was P-Chow did a video about it where he had, or somebody was like playing through the game, but he was controlling all of the trainers. He was making the decisions for the trainers, so that even though they still had the same teams and the same Pokemon, he would just be making better decisions. It would be kind of sick, too, if they made like a main game where you could play it VGC style. Whenever you challenged a trainer, they would bring 6, pick 4, or they would just send out their 4. When Among Us is back, I won't be playing for sure. I don't want to be in the sleep meta. Yeah, even Venusaur with chlorophyll sleep powder is really obnoxious. When you're missing key items and key supports, the default is to just hit. That is also very true, Atona. I've liked that the metagame has been stripped down so it's easier to onboard complete noobs like myself. With less options, it's easier to fathom everything. And people have been sort of forced to cook some very interesting team comps. Hang on. Because we were looking at the battle data yesterday. Down to do a few rounds, I put my team sheet in the Discord since I know your moves and items already. Oh, Zendo. Yeah, that'd be a good idea to play some. He says he's a noob, then watch him become a freaking caster 3 months from here. I mean, we'll see. It's a lot to learn. It's a lot to catch up on. I'd have to do some incredibly dedicated studying and calculations, but it could be hype. I wouldn't mind being a dual wielder for Pokemon TCG hosting and VG hosting and casting too. Whatever they like. Wait, did I click singles? Yeah, double battle, rank battles. Pokemon. Don't worry, YouTube is there for you. Oh, for sure. Shout out to YouTube, by the way. Yeah, like, of course. Garchomp, Primarina, Charizard, Archaludon, Pelipper, King Gambit. I wonder how often this data actually... No, that's just the length of the season. I don't know how often this specific thing updates. It says down here, note, it may take time for results to be reflected in the rankings. But Garchomp... Like, it's weird, right? Because, like, Archaludon is up here, but without Pelipper. Charizard is up here without Venusaur. Garchomp is up here without Tyranitar, Excadrill. I'm holding it down, dual track drifting in the YouTube stream. Zendo's a real one. Make sure you hit like, right? Is this single battles, I think? Press X to get doubles. Oh, it defaults to singles, and then you have to click for double. Oh, good call out there. Tracolikas. Sneasler. Okay, yeah, this looks a lot more accurate. Yeah, Sneasler, Incineroar, Garchomp, King Gambit, Sinistcha. Yeah, this looks incredibly accurate based on what I've been seeing on the ladder. Yep. The gang's all here. And even my team, how janky it is, has Farigiraf on it. Because of the UI, like, this kind of says press X to see double battles. That's what this button suggests to me, right? You know what I mean? Like, they could make this clearer that it's a toggle from one to the other. Like, I would press the plus button to check the rules. Oh, we get rank rewards. Neato. You know what I mean? So, like, press X to see double battles, but it's the other way around. I would like to complain to Wolfie for telling people about Aerodactyl. I hate that fossil so much, Lamau. Aerodactyl, I was expecting to be quite strong. When we were evaluating some of the early ideas, you remember that stream we did where I just kind of went down a list and was picking out some Pokemon I was interested in cooking with? Aerodactyl has been strong previously because it's in, I think it's in one of the higher speed tiers. So as long as the metagame allows it to exist, its speed tier makes it quite good. Because you get a really fast Tailwind setter, and then, of course, Rock Slide. I'm more upset he got people to start putting sashes on their Sneaslers. It's one of those things that will pass, you know? Because Sneasler is the most popular Pokemon, and so people are adapting to one-shot it. So you keep it alive so you can play it in a support role and maybe get another round of coaching. And then people are going to be, like, doubling up on Sneasler in order to account for the Sash. Or running Sand to beat Sash, which is kind of interesting. Being the fastest Tailwind setter along with a pretty good Mega to duo with is just strong. I did get bodied by Mega Aerodactyl. It was the first and last time I saw it. Aerodactyl has always been one of the fastest Pokemon in the game. For a pretty long time. It is, when we go all the way back to Gen 1, it's like behind Jolteon and Alakazam, right? I think it's like the third fastest Pokemon. I mean, don't quote me on that, because that's like ancient knowledge from a couple decades ago. But there's a little bit of competitive tidbits I know just from osmosis. You know what I mean? That Aerodactyl, in metagames where it's been good, it's been because it's really fast and it can click Rock Slide. And I've seen people running dual Wing Beat, and you all in the chat were telling me about the technology yesterday where people are running dual Wing Beat because it hits twice and can break the Sash and then finish off the Pokemon. I never played VGC before Champions. I used to laugh at how distraught Wolfie got every time he had to say the word Incineroar, but now I get it. I get it now. And the crazy part is that Incineroar has only been around for a few generations, and it's just completely taken over. And the crazy part, too, is that Incineroar was stronger before Champions came out. He got nerfed a little bit because they took some of his moves away. I know Electrode is the fastest Gen 1 Pokemon, but Aerodactyl is tied for second. Oh, I forgot about Electrode. You're absolutely right, Traka. 9 years? Has it been that long? I guess because a single generation runs 3 years. I guess you are right. Jeez, that's a long time to have that Pokemon be top meta. People were hooting and hollering when Scarlet and Violet first dropped because Incineroar wasn't in the game yet. I mean, not having Choice Band kind of sucks. I disagree. I like that they added just Choice Scarf, because letting a Pokemon with good offense but bad speed kind of get into a higher tier is healthier than a Pokemon with good speed and, you know, being able to exist in its tier and then outspeed with a little bit more investment and then also just have insane damage, right? Doubling down on damage is, again, what creates these big one-hit knockouts that begin to centralize the format. Because then you have to, you know what I mean? The Pokemon that can survive a hit is this big, but when you take that damage multiplier and you put like plus 50% or plus 100% on top of it, that list becomes this short as opposed to this tier. Yeah, there's no big damage items at all right now. We've only got the plus 20% for a certain item, a certain move type, which I think is acceptable. I wish we never get the other choice items or Life Orb. And there's a chance, too, that they add those items back, but they change them somehow. I don't know if that's ever going to be a thing. Because I remember when I was looking up Heracross, I was looking like, oh yeah, Guts, Flame Orb, Facade, you know, and that's basically the Exodia for Ursaluna to become insane, right? I almost said it'd be interesting if they brought back the gems since we all have the type-reducing berries, but then I thought of Flying Gem, Acrobatic Sneasler. I think I'm good, actually. And don't get me wrong, regardless of what items in the game versus not in the game, players are always going to figure out what the most optimal are. Because right now, the items, as you said, having the damage-reducing berries is a very strong meta tech. You know what I mean? Oh, I can run this berry on this Pokemon so it doesn't get one-hit knockout from this Pokemon or this type of move. And then I can safely switch in predicting that move and then try to get my strategy off. Like, just having more ways to safely get Pokemon into play is very nice. And before, that used to just be Terra, right? Where it's like, aha, they're going to go for this fire move, so I'm going to Terra so that I don't lose to the fire type move so that my Pokemon remains safe. But and sometimes you just overcome that damage. Like, I've only had Choppleberry matter once. People play Choppleberry, and I haven't seen it matter. The one shot always goes through. I think Chopple, it was like 1 or 2 Intimidate drops, was the only thing that saves King Gambit. I swear. Yeah, we do have some good use cases for weird stuff. I would love to see, I don't know if they've had any official, like, there's no official Champions tournament yet until we get to Indianapolis, right? But I imagine we're going to start seeing, or probably already have seen, some online tournaments. And that would be pretty cool. You know, like if Wolfie or Cybertron, some of these big creators get together and they want to throw their own Pokemon Champions tournaments. Like Pokemon TCG, right? People throw tournaments for that like every day. So Pokemon Champions tournaments or invitationals and stuff would be kind of lit. It's the thing about that, though, is a lot of people are going to kind of be playing their prep and their teams close to their chest, I think, with the big regional coming up. That's the thing with the 4X weaknesses. It's that unless you're really bulky for it's a weak move, you probably still get one shot through the berry. Just pray Incineroar gets nerfed and new items are made to make interesting playstyles available. Or viable. It's why I was running the anti-fairy berry instead of the anti-ice one on my Garchomp. That's actually pretty clever. Yeah, I think that trying to reduce a 4X weakness just isn't worth it. And there was that one game I lost because I accidentally popped my opponent's Citrus Berry and then my Poltergeist failed. And I wonder if there's more unburdened type moves, then it does make having berries as part of the metagame a little bit more interesting. And of course, Aerodactyl has Unnerve, so you can't eat berries, and that maybe lets your Rock Slides and stuff go through a little bit more. Even for someone like me, right, the berries are just so specific. I guess if your team is very centralized around a certain type, or if a Pokemon is your win condition and hard loses to one thing, right, like King Gambit, it would make sense to run Choppleberry. And I've also seen Choppleberry on Mousehold, so it can stick around, and because of Friend Guard being just a really strong passive ability to have on the board. And even with, right, all of the items that were in the game, Choice Specs, Scarf, Band, Life Orb, Flame Orb, Assault Vest, Safety Goggles, Covert Cloak, stuff that people are missing. Some of those are new, right? Like, isn't Covert Cloak new? And Safety Goggles and Loaded Dice, weren't those added in Gen 9 in Scarlet and Violet? I mostly put the berries on something where I've already committed to the item. I'd rather have on something else. Exactly. Like, I had Lumberry on my Armarouge for a little bit because I was trying to counter the Venusaur Charizard Sleep Powder lead. It would be cool if they add items like Metal Coat, but for defense, like not a one-time use like the berries, just a passive damage reduction, but weaker than the berries. I wonder if people would run it. That's one of those things that is probably quite strong. Because you'd be able to run that item to essentially give you free defensive investment, and then you can maybe put more into speed or damage. Safety Goggles have been around for a while, I think, but Covert Cloak and Loaded Dice were new. Ah, okay. I've only seen Talonflame a couple times, but this is another Pokemon, you know, that was really strong back in the day and sort of fell off just as stronger Pokemon have been added to the game, but Talonflame, I think, is actually still quite good. It's called Bright Powder. That is really funny, Zabane. You are absolutely correct. Bright Powder and Quick Claw are definitely some cardinal sins. If they don't keep adding better items to the game, then people are going to just keep running Quick Claw. But Quick Claw is such an insane mirror breaker, because if Quick Claw is not in the game, people are still going to complain about, like, speed ties. And I remember that was also a big... Speed ties are also a big point of contention, because we don't have the ability to really granularly edit speed with IVs. And I saw a couple videos from Wolf and James Beck, who talked about how having these ultra precise IV spreads were important to force certain move orders and scout your opponent's team in a really high level way. And so that's kind of been flattened, but Trick Room still be Trick Rooming. Sweats as I run Sandvale Bright Powder and Snowcloak Bright Powder. Talonflame is I want priority Tailwind, but not Whimsicott. Whimsicott, I definitely have to tip my hat to Whimsicott. It consistently overperforms. I always think it's just a little thing I can ignore. It's like, yeah, it set up Tailwind. I'm going to focus on the other Pokemon. And those Moonblasts be Moonblast, and let me tell you. I'm very impressed by Delphox as well. It gets Levitate, so it's kind of like Charizard. Doesn't bring the sun, but you still get good, you know, fire spread. Psychic type is decent. The meta might keep shifting, right? Because now that, again, the content creators, the higher level players have used the most hyped mega Pokemon. They're kind of going through the list and using some of the lower ones. Apparently, Meganium is sleeper. I've heard really good things about Mega Blastoise. And there's even more megas that aren't even in the game yet. That's really going to shift the metagame too. We talk about wanting more, we talk about adding more held items to the game, but outside of the ones that people use all the time because they multiply damage, which creates really volatile game states, right? Where you have to get like an insane read turn 1 of Protect or Switch, creates an over-reliance on Fake Out. Delphox has the same special attack as Charizard Y and is way faster. It just doesn't set the sun. Interesting. I haven't seen like a Mega Delphox like full sun team. It's just kind of there as a chill extra mega, which is cool. I just want Covert Cloak back, please and thanks. Covert Cloak just protects the Pokemon from... Is it all status effects, or is it just flinching? I forget exactly what the wording on Covert Cloak was. It's like secondary effects of moves, so you still take the damage, but you don't get flinched, and then you can't get, like, parried and frozen and stuff. Yeah. But the other thing, too, right, is when we don't have items that do that, then Pokemon with those abilities become a lot more interesting to maybe throw onto a team or get their own niche, like Inner Focus, making it so that you can't lose accuracy and that you can't flinch, or even Insomnia on certain Pokemon, right? Yeah, you don't really lean into Sun with it, but you get a nice read, you can get a nasty plot off, and then you're super strong. I'm fine playing without Covert Cloak because I like clicking Fake Out on Whimsicott and knowing it'll actually work. Yeah. Without Farigiraf, I think I would definitely have a much harder time climbing than I did. Armor Tail has been just invaluable. And honestly, just Farigiraf being so bulky and having decent damage with Hyper Voice. I wouldn't fault you for maybe going back to Dazzling Gleam. The last couple days, Hyper Voice has felt way worse. We're running into a lot more ghosts and things that resist the Hyper Voice. So you could probably run Dazzling Gleam as a hedge. What does Flinch do again? When a Pokemon flinches, it essentially loses its turn. And so Fake Out is a move that does very, very low damage. The Pokemon can only use it on the first turn that it has entered play. And it's a priority move. So it goes first. Exactly. It just stuns that Pokemon for the turn. So it's like if I'm across from a Pokemon that's about to do a really big hit on my partner, I can Fake Out that strong Pokemon, which will negate its action it was about to take, and it allows my partner to maybe knock it out instead or reposition or do something. And then it's also just nice chip damage. Because even if you only do like 1 or 2 points of damage, if they aren't running leftovers to re-heal that, then maybe you're breaking Focus Sash or Sturdy or Multiscale, which are abilities that only activate when the Pokemon is at full HP already. I was climbing with the Mega Delphox team until I crashed out after losing streak. I pivoted to Hard Trick Room with Mega Crabominable. I lost to a Mega Crabominable team that I don't think was running Trick Room. I think that they were running it as anti-Trick Room tech because they brought it, and I was like, oh, I should set up Trick Room, but then... Because I don't think you remember what game I'm talking about, chat, right? It was the shiny Mega Crabominable that just annihilated me. Because I was like, what are they running Crab for? And I didn't think they would bring it. I think that they absolutely were bringing it as anti-Trick Room tech. They saw the Farigiraf, they saw my slow-ass team, and were like, oh, this is Trick Room, and then the Crab swept me. I remember people telling me that Trick Room is hard to play, and they're all liars. Armortail makes hitting the first one off pretty free. Yeah, my team is not hard Trick Room. I haven't been going for hard Trick Room as much as I probably should. I like the threat of it, but especially against like a Tailwind team. You know, they go Tailwind and then their other Pokemon maybe protects or just goes for an attacking move that Farigiraf can absorb. Then whatever's next to Farigiraf gets to go first. I think it's mostly because my team is based around Scarf Heracross, so the Trick Room isn't as enticing. If I was running non-Scarf Heracross, then going hard Trick Room probably would be more synergistic overall. But having a really fast Pokemon that my opponent doesn't expect is also a way to approach the metagame, where they think they're going to outspeed and I get that Rock Slide to KO the Charizard, or I can just delete something with close combat turn 1. Playing for that momentum. Most of your team is pretty middling speed, so Trick Room will mostly be to counter your opponent's speed control. That is very true. I have won games with Trick Room when it's starting to approach like the end game. Heracross maybe has knocked out a Pokemon and then it went down, and then I've got Farigiraf and maybe Aegislash, and I'm like, okay, I can Trick Room, and then Farigiraf and Aegislash now get to move first, and then I finish off with my opponent's remaining 2 Pokemon or 3 Pokemon or whatever. And we also had a couple silly games where my opponent would Trick Room, and then it would be the same time that I went for Trick Room, and I would just untwist the dimensions. That actually happened yesterday, where I was like, Farigiraf, untwist those dimensions, because I didn't think they were going to go for Trick Room. I set up mine. I love doing that on purpose. I haven't done it on purpose yet. It's always been like a strange double up read thing. But anyway, Zendo, sorry for keeping you hanging. The Yap has taken hold, but we can definitely play one. Trick Room as a Trick Room counter is somewhat funny, to be honest. You have to like make a bet. Have you ever clicked Trick Room with your life on the line? Where you're like betting, no, my Pokemon are slightly faster than your slow Trick Room centric team. It's a mud fight for sure. But I've gotten blown up by putting down Trick Room when I shouldn't. And then my opponent's like, aha, I have Torkoal in the back. And I'm like, oh no, what have I done? I need a guy who kills all the dark types, and Gallade is also immune to Fake Out. Plus, I just love Gallade. Gallade is tight. Is Mega Gallade Stone in the shop? I think if you I don't know if it's another one of those where you have to transfer it from ZA. Yeah, Galadite. That's pretty cool. I had one game where I called out that my opponent was going to reverse my Trick Room right away, so I just attacked instead. It does create a very interesting mind game. ZA is just the Kalos starters and Floette. That's still such a shame, by the way. I would love to run Mega Chestnut on my team just for the stat boost, you know what I mean? The Floette is probably the most egregious. Like, I know that Mega Delphox probably has people up in arms because it's legitimately good. My team, fortunately, deals with Mega Floette quite well, so I haven't been feeling the pain. I would be furious if I wanted to run Mega Floette, or my team lost really hard to Mega Floette, and it's a Pokemon that I just didn't have access to because I don't have ZA. It's so bizarre. You did it, brother. You made it to Master, so I can send you Chestnut now. I really appreciate you, Zendo. You're like, you and like 2 other people have been like, yeah, let me get you the Chestnut. Floet being the 11th most popular in the meta is how much shit is locked behind is low-key crazy. It is really insane to think about. Especially because Champions is supposed to remove those barriers to entry. And, you know, I don't know if they were going to go do something really weird where Mega Floet or the Mega Floet Stone is on the Battle Pass or something. Because even the premium Battle Pass for this first season, you get, you know, the starters, right? Mega for Alligator and the Stone for free, but everything else you can still just pay for. I can't believe that Mega Floet wasn't just going to be a exclusive Pokemon that wasn't actually a real thing you could run. You know what I mean? Because sometimes there's Pokemon that exist in one game, but they aren't meant to be compatible with competitive play or other modes outside of just that story where it exists. Maybe they'll just trickle in stones, like because Floet's isn't there, maybe that means it'll be in a future pass. You can't get it in Scarlet and Violet either, so it was 100% intended. I mean, yeah. It would be like if Blood Moon Ursaluna, you know what I mean, was... Or Pokemon generally from the Scarlet and Violet DLC. Like a lot of Paradox Pokemon, Terapagos, Ogerpon, and Blood Moon Ursaluna were big DLC Pokemon in Scarlet and Violet. Super unfortunate. And I wouldn't mind if they didn't have those Pokemon in at first, but then added them later. Or if those Pokemon were available, but their Mega forms weren't available yet. But the fact that the Pokemon's Megas are in the game, but the stones aren't in the shop feels really egregious to me. The monetization in this game is messed up. It's wild to me that all the paid stuff is either cosmetics or available for victory points. So there's no pay to win within Champions, but there's still pay to win in the form of owning other Pokemon games, like Urshifu and Calyrex are also super busted and locked behind Sword and Shield DLC. I forgot about those. Yeah, Urshifu and Calyrex are really strong when they are available. And you know how it is, you know, because you're coming from mainline Pokemon games, and this version has these Pokemon, and this version is those Pokemon, right? Because you want to have Pokemon Violet so you can get Miraidon, which was super, super strong compared to Koraidon for a while until Koraidon finally got a team figured out. And don't you have to buy Scarlet in order to get Raging Bolt? I think it's like Iron Hands is exclusive to Pokemon Violet, and then Raging Bolt was exclusive to Pokemon Scarlet. Or Fluttermane was like those are another really strong Pokemon that are to one version or the other. And so you have to trade amongst both. It's just bad practice because there's no defense for it. Can you imagine Riot doing something like that where you have to play, you can't play a meta champion because you didn't buy the TFT Battle Pass? Yeah, past Paradoxes are Scarlet and the future ones are in Violet. It's bizarre. It's definitely bizarre. To cordon off the VGC competitive format away from the mainline games. And the thing is like Pokemon ZA isn't a mainline game. You know what a mainline game? Where it has like a different battle style, which is one of the reasons that Pokemon Champions exists, right? So that the VGC format can exist, but when they make a new Pokemon game, they don't have to stick with the same abilities and battle style and stuff of that nature. They can kind of do whatever they want with how the game itself actually functions. And then they can make that the way in ZA, Pokemon are completely different versus how they function in Champions, where the reason the Megas were such a big deal is because Pokemon in Legend ZA don't have abilities. So when those Pokemon got added to Pokemon Champions, we finally got to see what their abilities were. And then in Pokemon Legends ZA, certain moves function differently, right? Like Fire Spin, apparently was like a pretty new move in ZA, essentially, where like they changed its power and it like had a completely different effect. And it was designed around the sort of pseudo-active battle of that game. And similar to Legends Arceus, where Pokemon had like fast style and slow style, and it was like this new combat system that they were working on, but there wasn't any like online 1v1s in Legends Arceus. People were wondering if they were going to explore that aspect of it, or they were going to rework VGC as a whole. Isn't that what Zendo is trying to do, is to give Scarzig the thing he can't get? Yeah, you have to have Pokemon Home set up and then do the exchange in that program and then import the Pokemon from Home to Pokemon Champions. Yeah. And Pokemon Champions doesn't have direct trading. You have to specifically have it set up through Pokemon Home. And but Home is a paid service. It used to be, but it is not anymore. Right? I think it's like you can pay a fee so that Pokemon Home, you can have like 1,000 Pokemon. When I set up Pokemon Home on my phone, it said that it is now a free service because it's no longer available in the Wii U store or whatever it was that it initially started on. So Pokemon Home base is 30 slots. And then do you pay? It's not a subscription, right? It's a one-time fee. I've been using Home for free. I don't know if I'd be able to trade, but I can transfer between all my games. Exactly. So I guess if you're somebody who's been using Pokemon Home to transfer all the way back from like the really old games, like Pokemon team builders have been doing, like shout out to I'm a Blissey, by the way, who is a professional like team builder where you have to hatch all the eggs and collect all of the specific items to get perfect stats and all of that. He documents that whole process and shows how long it takes. It is a subscription. It's not a one-time upgrade. Gross. It says it's $3 a month, but they do have 30 Pokemon Basic free option now, which I wasn't aware of. I think that the 30 Pokemon free option is new. And I mean, yeah, if you're like competing a lot, you're building all kinds of teams, especially if you're a content creator. That's the thing too with Pokemon Champions is I have 20,000 VP because I haven't been recruiting a ton of Pokemon and training them up and trying a bunch of different teams. So it's allowed me to accumulate a lot of VP. But if I wanted to make an entirely new team, I'd probably end up spending all this victory points right away. Or if I wanted to, I know that if you try to get a replica team, it's usually like 12 or 14,000 to edit all the moves and stats and abilities and stuff all at once. Because the way replica teams work is you need to have all the items and the Pokemon, but the replica is literally just a blueprint that automatically imports all of the stat spreads and changes and stuff. So depending on how different that replica team is from your existing team, you know, that number does go quite high. It's been around for a couple of years. I didn't pay attention to Home until I dipped my toes into VGC and Scarlet and Violet, at which point it had the free option. Yeah, I haven't been using Pokemon Home at all either, because I haven't been playing any of the mainline games or any of the spin-offs or not even Pokemon Go. Because I guess you can use Pokemon Home to transfer Pokemon from Pokemon Go. And Pokemon Go might be a really easy way to get Pokemon as well. But specifically because Floette and the Kalos starters have to come from ZA to get the Megastone is crazy. And again, I wouldn't mind if those Megastones were maybe even at a premium in the shop where they cost 5,000 instead of 2,000, or you had to level up the battle pass to get them. Maybe not the premium battle pass, right? But it's crazy. I do miss rental teams from Scarlet and Violet as far as sharing teams in game. The whole appeal to me was getting to use Pokemon that you don't own. Exactly. And I could definitely see where you could maybe do like replicas for ranked and then rentals for casual or private battles, right? That way you can practice with the team, but you aren't getting ranked points for it. I don't know. Or yeah, you could just pay VP for the rental team. Just make it a flat rate rather than you having to pay the difference for the replica. I've definitely been starting to see a lot more discussion around the victory points. Players are really going to start feeling the squeeze. And there's no fix for a lack of victory points right now in the game. They don't have it where you can spend real money to get a chunk of victory points. They only have the premium membership, which gives you access to the... Hang on. So there's the membership, which gives you just all the box spaces. You have more slots for battle teams, aka deck slots. Exclusive missions. So I guess the missions help you get more VP. And then the premium battle pass, there's also some VP on there too. But yeah, achievements are going to give you victory points as well, right? Like in the premium pass, like getting Emborite, you know, that's 2,400. Like if you were to recruit this Pokemon permanently, it'd be 2,400, then 2,000 for the stone. A teammate ticket, which is another 2,400. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. And then some cosmetics. So it's like 10K value of victory points in the battle pass. I think the membership missions are for training and recruitment tickets. The training tickets are also very valuable if you're recruiting a new Pokemon and having to try to train it up from scratch, where you'd be spending multiple thousands of victory points. Then the tickets are very good. And then there's the one-time starter pack purchase, right? It's like $7 or $8 or whatever it is. It's a one-time. It's on the main menu. Hang on, can I back out to the main menu? Yeah, the title screen. When on this screen, when it boots up, and then you hit the plus button to get the starter pack, it takes you to the Nintendo shop. You get it's a one-time fee. Your box goes from 50 to 100. You get a bunch of recruitment tickets. You get like 20-something recruitment tickets, I think, and like 60 training tickets. And then because you can recruit and train essentially for free, all of your victory points you get to save. I don't know how many victory points I've spent overall. I've got some items from the shop for my character, and then just recruiting Pokemon. I've got a full box now. Well, I did, but then I hit Masterball tier, so I got 10 more slots. And so, you know, they give you like a dozen Pokemon-ish for free, I feel like. Because you get your initial 6 based on your first recruitment. You get Dragonite for free. Once the warm-up challenge is done, everybody's going to get Gardevoir for free. I've got a couple Pokemon in here that I just grabbed temporarily because I didn't want to spend the victory points on them back when I was looking for Golurk for the squad. But I probably could have kept Slowbro. Or maybe Pikachu. It's felt pretty free-to-play friendly to me, but I also own other games already. So a lot of my Pokemon I've been catching in Violet and getting them close to the set I want before transferring them. And that's totally your prerogative. I do not resent anybody who has already bought the games. You know what I mean? Because even right now, it's not out on mobile. So if you don't have a Nintendo Switch, then you would actually have to go out and buy a Switch if you wanted to play anyway. There's no like browser, like a computer program that you can download to play this, the way that there is for like Pokemon TCG. And like Pokemon Go is free, and 99% of people have a cell phone, right, that can run that game. I don't have a Switch 2. I'm glad that this thing runs on Switch, and it actually runs pretty smoothly. When you don't have to dedicate all the resources to loading all the rest of the stuff in Scarlet and Violet, you can just load the game and the new animations and stuff. Oh, the warm-up challenge is over. You have to go into it again and have it send the Gardevoir. Oh, okay. Well, now that I have space, I guess I can. What is it? It was battle. Online competitions. Hooray! This is my old Corviknight. Look how this is where we started. This was like one of our Corviknight used to be Sableye, and then that was our default team. You can see it hasn't changed too much. But yeah, I play 100 quick coupons. Nice. I don't want to play ZA, I just want the megas. Exactly, right? Like Mega Delphox, as the meta shifts, there's a chance that these Pokemon become better and better. And you might actually have fun, Rune. I know a lot of people were actually saying that Pokemon Legends ZA was super duper fun when they were playing it. You know, back when the game first came out, everybody was like, oh, I don't like it. It's not good. It's bad. It's like when you're just having fun with Pokemon and taking selfies and dressing up your character, it seemed like people were having a good time. Time to make friends with people that have ZA. Yeah, shout out to the homies, right? There's going to be a cadre of ZA players that are going to keep starting a new file over and over again to get Mega Floettes for their homies. And like transferring in the Greninjas and the Delphoxes and the Chestnuts. I'm sure Champions has a Discord, and there's definitely people on there helping. It's definitely already part of the culture of competitive VG, where, oh, I really want this Pokemon for my team, but I need these IVs or these EVs in these sets and stuff. I'm curious if Champions already has built-in detection. I've seen that some people go to transfer Pokemon from Pokemon Home, and it won't let them for whatever reason. Like if the Pokemon has a move that Champions doesn't have, or it's holding an item that it doesn't have, or I don't know if certain Pokemon have certain abilities taken away in Pokemon Champions. I haven't seen that much analysis of the changes from other games to Pokemon Champions outside of certain moves getting their power points changed. Float is apparently particularly rough because you have to be doing some extremely long endgame grinding in the DLC. I don't think you have to have DLC for Mega Floette, right? Oh my god, that's worse. I didn't realize. And that's the other thing too, is the Mega Dimension DLC that adds Lucario Z, Mega Raichu X and Y, Absol Z, I think Chimecho. Let's look at the Mega Dimension Megas. It lets you transfer in stuff that is illegal moves, but it'll have a big red X over it in the box. You can't use it until you change the set. Oh. Garchomp Z? Yeah, what illegal moves are there in Pokemon Champions right now? Vine Whip? All right, this is from... Okay, so I'm gonna go to Cerebi. Let's have a look-see on Cerebi. In Pokemon Champions, rather than learn moves through leveling up or other means such as breeding or technical machines, you instead get to select the moves from a list of potential moves that each Pokemon has. This is all done in one long list, and there's no need to go through various other means. Due to the nature of the game, the move pool has been fine-tuned with only a select hand-picked amount of moves being available. Wait, you don't need the DLC to get the Floette, do you? Like, I have the DLC, but the event that gets you Floette seems completely unrelated to it. I know Slam is one that it yelled at me for. For specific Pokemon nerfs, I know Archaludon lost Body Press, and Incineroar lost U-Turn and Knockoff. Oh, that is true. Yeah, certain Pokemon don't have certain moves anymore. So then they would also need to be taken off of the Pokemon before you could use them. What's funny is, like, apparently, like, Horn Drill is in the game still because people are doing shenanigans with Hawlucha. Some of the Oko moves. I don't think Minimize is in the game, right? Oh, it is. I haven't seen anybody try to do, like, Toxic Stall with, like, evasion and stuff yet. I've seen some defensive stall teams, but stall generally is not as good in 2v2. Minimize is in the game. I saw somebody running Minimize, Sandvale, Bright, Powder, Sandaconda. Oh my god. I'm not overly familiar with the ZA DLC or just ZA as a game, but let me look up Mega Dimension Megas. Yeah, so Mega Raichu X and Y, Mega Chimecho. Mega Chimecho is actually already in the game. Right? I'm pretty sure it is. I think Wolf used it, like, one of his first teams he built, I think, was a Mega Chimecho team. Mega Absol Z is not in the game yet. Mega Staraptor, I think people were really excited this thing got a really good ability, right? It got, like, Scrappy or something? I don't know. None of the Z Megas are in, that is true. No Mega Garchomp, no Mega Lucario Z. Raichu's not in, Heatran's not in, Darkrai's not in, Golurk's in, Meowstic's in, Crabominable's in, no Golisopod, no Magearna, no Zorora, Mega Scovillain is in, and Glamora's in, no Tatsugiri, and no Baxcalibur. I didn't see anything advertising Floette as a DLC bonus, which I assume I would have. The event you get her from is just kind of a follow-up to the story once you do enough post-game stuff. Yeah, because Mega Dimension is the only DLC for the game, which adds these megas. It says, introduce a number of new megas into the game. These mega evolutions can only be obtained if you have the DLC, or the Mega Stone is distributed to the game through means such as ranked battles or mystery gift. Yeah, half the missing megas are legendary. That is very true. So I don't know if we're ever going to see them. Like Magearna, I know that there's some of the original megas are also not in the game. Because, like, apparently Mega Metagross is really insane. So let's see who exactly we're still missing. Yeah, so we've got... I think Mega Pidgeot is in the game. It's just that nobody uses it because it's really bad. Please play Zendo. You're right. I'm keeping Zendo waiting. We can yap later. There's a lot of interesting megas that people haven't explored yet. Like, I haven't seen Mega Houndoom yet at all, for example. It's really... Oops, hang on. I think I made a single battle room. Yeah, I made a single battle room by accident. Double battles. And this is cool that you can pick the regulation. So that way you can go back and play like some of your favorite regulations that might not be available anymore. And the thing too with VG they've been doing recently is they've been oh, I need to reveal the room ID. They've been switching between regulations, right? Like regulation H and regulation I, they've been sort of flip-flopping back and forth between. You're right, Gilly. Wouldn't it be great if we could make our own formats? That would be very cool. I would certainly love if they did that for like a certain tournament. You could make certain Pokemon unavailable. You change the rules for like a custom format. That'd be great. I absolutely would love that. You're right, Gilly. Just a little bit longer, baby girl. Good luck, have fun. Same to you, Zendo. I'm looking forward to Mega Golisopod. I love that Pokemon since Sun and Moon. Hopefully it'll finally get a real ability. Oh, that is really cool, too. All the Mega Pokemon that haven't been put in the game yet, they have a lease on life to switch their ability. What do you think would be most thematic for Golisopod, right? Because it, like, runs away, and then maybe the Mega form, it finally becomes, like, really brave, and it gets some sort of ability like that. Chestnut. Oh, in the Zoroark. Oh my god. I've gotten bullied by the Whimsicott and stuff so many times. You've got some knights on your side as well. Competitive? Ooh. I'd have to look at the list of abilities and maybe see. They could give it something completely new as well, because Mega Sol is a new ability, isn't it? Chestnut's pretty strong into their team as long as we can avoid Hisuian Typhlosion. But we can't really deal with Hisuian Typhlosion outside of maybe Empoleon start. Surely Scarzig will host his own tournaments and cast over them as soon as Saturday. That could be kind of fun. That could be pretty easy to set up, honestly. I don't really consider myself a TO anymore, but it could be cool. Mega Sol is a new ability, and Mega Scoville and Spicy Spray is also new. So Golisopod could get something new, right? Because Golisopod's base ability is also unique. Okay, so they are probably going to want to click a fighting move into Empoleon. So I'm going to go for Protect and Trick Room. Zendo is not going to go for Tailwind, knowing that I just want to click Trick Room to undo it. So they might double up. What did you do, Gilly? You hit a button on my keyboard? Taunt! You monster. You monster. I know, she's really got to go potty. Don't worry, I'll lose this one fast for you, little girl. Oh, I can't protect after the taunt. Haha. And then you Tailwind and Gallade just completely annihilate something. Whimsicott learns Hyper Voice? Oh my god. Our game capture. Oh, I still have this. Sorry, I still had that capture toggled. Oh, it was a Zoroark. Silly me. Shh. You're okay. Wow, that Hyper Voice really stung. Woo! Surely this is enough to knock out. Okay, good. I remember when Chestnut was tanky. Yeah, physical psychic move? Oh my god. It's fine. We're just going to absorb everything, right? Now, Zendo is going to switch out the Gallade to turn off Leech Seed because they don't want Chestnut to get... You have 2 Whimsicott on your team? Cheater. There's no reason not for me to Spiky Shield, I think. But I think you could probably try to go for the read and actually attack with Chestnut, but Whimsicott will outspeed me with Moonblast, so I have to Spiky Shield the Chestnut. Encore doesn't work on Spiky Shield. That actually seems like a really good counter. We learned Encore doesn't go through Protect a couple streams ago, didn't we? I think so. The problem is the next turn when you get Encored into Protect / Spiky Shield. Yeah, because it'll go first. Wow, Dazzling Gleam is enough. Shield mode lets us eat that. The taunt to clear the Trick Room was really goated. I needed Trick Room in order to keep up with this team. The Gallade is just really sweeping through me. And, like, I can go for a King Shield here to not take damage this turn, but then my shield stance isn't enough to survive against getting outsped by both of these. I'm trying to think if there's a way to... I don't know. The Hyper Voice Zoroark also got a lot of damage in. Yeah, well done on the taunt. You got cheesed by the King of Cheese, Yomen Zoroark. GG Zendo. The taunt was beautiful. Because Whimsicott doesn't learn taunt, right? But Hisuian Zoroark does. So you disguise the Zoroark as Whimsicott. All right, let me back out real quick so I can take them outside. And I'll be right back. Yeah. Sorry I have to drop like that, but they have to go potty real bad, I can tell. But let me put the room ID up. That way, if anybody wants to join and fight you, please feel free. Okay, I'm back. Whimsicott does get taunt, though Prankster would get it blocked by Armor Tail. Oh, that's a very important interaction. The same with encoring it to Untwist Dimensions. Very cute. Can I keep up with their team without Trick Room? Good luck, have fun. Same to you, Zendo. I like that Zendo's signature Pokemon is Hisui and Zoroark. And it's like so cool that it's I don't know, it makes it feel like a real Pokemon battle, you know what I mean? Where you've got the one Pokemon that like you're known for, I guess would be what I'm trying to say. I want to fight Zendo next. Hisui and Zoroark versus Hisui and Zoroark. The battle will be legendary. the Hisui and Zoroark and Hisui and Typhlosion combination is nasty work. Because you don't want to go into a ghost move for it, but the Frisk procced, so I know that the Typhlosion is, in fact, a real Typhlosion. I'm just going to Armor Cannon, however. The Typhlosion could have Overheat, or Heat Wave, I mean, so I could try to go for Wide Guard there. Oh, man, this is tough. Because the Shadow Ball is going to hurt Armarouge really badly. Uh-oh. I didn't actually click a move. I don't know what Heracross is going to do. I didn't really want to click Rock Slide. Close Combat's not the greatest move either. I probably could just go for Smart Strike. But if I click Earthquake, then I'm actually bodied here. Okay, solid close combat. Where's Gallade gonna go? Because it outspeeds Armarouge for sure. Ooh, the crit. I don't know if it matters. Throat Chop. We actually survived that. So Sash is broken. We had to let a little bit of the computer RNG pick for us there. Corviknight is incredibly bulky. Flying type move on a Heracross is a disaster. Armarouge gets outsped. So I'm going to switch Armarouge into Farigiraf. Maybe we can read a Shadow Ball there. And Heracross is locked into close combat. I could try to switch into Empoleon, but Typhlosion can just drop a fire move in that spot. With the double up, I think it still would be quite good. This is probably my best opportunity to just close combat, get some damage on the Corviknight. Because I think from here, Heracross is going to be very difficult to get him to switch back in. And if Zendo maybe over-predicts or disregards the Heracross, maybe doubling up into Farigiraf instead. You little setup, you. Iron Defense. So it's an Iron Defense body press setup with leftovers. Very spooky. And looking about what I got in the back, this might be the time for me to Trick Room. I'm going to be cheeky here. Try to get a little bit more damage on the Corviknight. If they just keep letting me click, then I'm just going to keep going for it. Corviknight's going to be physically bulky. And maybe Empoleon has enough juice to take it out with the chip damage there, is what I'm thinking. The Citrus Berry might allow it to survive the body press. Neutral. Oh, Farigiraf is so clutch! Okay. That's Krispy Kreme right there. Now, we can bring out Armarouge. I still have to find a way to clear this Typhlosion, plus whatever other Pokemon they have in the back. Empoleon is probably better to bring in at fuller HP. And we'll go for Psychic and Chilling Water into the Corviknight. Because the body press is the biggest threat. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness, he survives, folks! The Corviknight with the power of friendship. Oh my goodness. I tried to just go for water neutral stab rather than trying to greed with Icy Wind. Alright, we've got 3 more turns of Trick Room. Oh my god, this is so brutal. Ah, the Corviknight! Ah! I wonder if that's a low roll. Because I was so confident that Corviknight being physically bulky would allow the Chilling Water to take it down as a special attack. It's a good thing our Farigiraf has Bright Powder. We just gotta believe that Poltergeist is going to miss, right? Hisuian Zoroark just has a Shadow Ball here, or Hyper Voice. GG, Zendo. The Corviknight lasting with the power of friendship. Oh, man. I think that Chilling Water is still correct. I don't know if that's a roll or not, or if it was never going to KO. Because I thought that Neutral Water Stab was better than Icy Wind going for super effective. Higher base plus stab. I think Icy Wind is better there. No, because Icy Wind gets a 30% damage reduction for being a spread move. And it's super effective. So it's only got like 50 base power. It's very close. Yeah, the read was really good. I thought for sure you tried to pressure my Typhlosion. I was thinking that because Typhlosion just had like Shadow Ball, I think Beam kills. Oh, I have Flash Cannon. Yeah. Flash Cannon would be not very effective, right? Steel v Steel. But Flash Cannon does have higher base. No, no, no. You 1-2-0. Flash Cannon, higher base damage, but not very effective. That's, oh man, that's very hard to see. That's one of those where I'd like to calc it just to see. Yeah, hell yeah, get in here, Rune. We could probably coordinate something for Saturday. I don't know what I did to Zabanes, but we take those. I don't know. I guess that it's just the Zoroark lovers versus the Empoleon lovers, but you're the bridge between both worlds, Rune. Zabanes just is a big fan of Zendo's crazy mind games. I'll try my best. The Mega Gallade is tight. Like I say, this is so fun to see teams that are viable, you know, while still using some unique Pokemon. This is probably going to be... People are going to look back on this era very fondly. Despite the complaints that people might have right now, people will be looking back like, oh man, I really liked back when I could use Mega Chestnut and kind of whatever. Guy whose job is to kill Incineroar. Yeah, so once they load in, I'll be able to spectate. Being able to have 4 games going simultaneously is really cool. Having a full lobby of up to 12 people, it says, is pretty sick. And then you can just do like crazy, you know, like a Kumite sort of thing. We're all Masterballed here? That's tight. And then the mind game begins already in Team Select. Raichu is so rare, but I think that it's goated. Raichu, I do want to stand by my initial read that Raichu is very underrated. And Joe Brown was using it on his Mega Gyarados team. Ooh, those are cool golden seals you have there. Those golden badges, those look really tight. Whimsicott, Snorlax lead. Typhlosion's Frisk activates, so we know that that one is not a Zoroark. I wish you could edit the UI a little bit to like have these two appear up at the top left corner instead, but that's just because of my setup. I'm covering it. I'm really curious how the stream setup is going to look, where they have to build the overlay, or maybe not as much. Being able to pop out like these Pokemon to like take a preview of like what the remaining HP and stuff is. Immediate switch into Gallade from the Typhlosion. Oh, reads the Bitter Malice. Wait, can I interact with this at all? No, it's just a pure spectating client. Ice Punch on Snorlax. Frozen Solid! Insane. That's a 10% chance. I think you get one turn of guaranteed freeze, and then and then you can unthaw later. Actually, I don't think it's the end of the world. If I was in Rune's shoes, I'd be like, wow, I got the freeze. I'm going to ignore Whimsicott. This could give you a free switch. I'm the type to leave the Pokemon in to burn turns of the status effect. Whimsicott, turn 1 thaw into Sunny Day. Does Sunny Day give you the instant thaw? Yo. Wait a minute. I have to look up that interaction. If using Sunny Day actually unthaws. That's so sick. So freeze isn't guaranteed for a turn. Second Ice Punch does finish off, but Whimsicott got the Sunny Day down. So that means that Typhlosion, which you've already seen, has an insane eruption potentially coming through. No Tailwind up from the other Whimsicott, right? So they're still outspeed. So Mallow has Black Belt to boost the power of fighting type moves. That means that Body Press could be incoming. Fluffy with the Focus Sash. Focus Sash is broken. Suian Typhlosion wants to go for the Eruption, but Tailwind comes through. Another Icy Wind, still messing with the speed tiers. Gallade has not Mega Evolved yet. Trying to keep the first ability on Gallade, which I'm not sure what it is. Plus Eruption. Even with the help of Tailwind, Snorlax is not outspeeding anything. Whimsicott is down, but it did get the Tailwind up. Both Whimsicotts did what they needed to do. Wild Charge! Snorlax with some insane type coverage. The Gallade is Zorozig. Oh, wait, we did see that earlier, right? Yeah, with the Bitter Malice. I thought when it switches back in, it automatically breaks the disguise. It has to take damage first? All right, I'm not sure exactly the mechanics of disguise. Because it went for Bitter Malice turn 1. Typhlosion goes for Protect. Eruption's attack power goes down when the Pokemon is damaged. Dark Pulse. 1 HP. Focus Sash. Disguise is broken. Another Icy Wind. Nice Protect to call out the Wild Charge. Still anyone's game. 2 turns of Sunlight, 2 turns of Tailwind. Even though Snorlax can't outspeed, we still don't know what Rune's 4th Pokemon is. You do naturally want to take advantage of the Tailwind. It is very difficult to swap in the Armarouge if that's the play. Dragonite also very strong under Tailwind. Dark Pulse. Still outspeeding the Typhlosion thanks to the Tailwind. Getting a little bit of damage in before the other. Zoroark cleans it up. Zendo just going for some chip damage. Opts to go for Icy Wind rather than taking a risk of single target into a Protect. Wild Charge finishes it off. A little bit of recoil still going to come through. On to Snorlax. Recoil is directly tied to the amount of damage dealt. So Snorlax takes like 1 point of damage there. The real Gallade, which we knew was on the team because of the disguise, comes through. Gallade still needs to survive 1 more turn of Tailwind. This could just be a Mega Protect very easily. But will it result in a 1v3? Zoroark swaps out its Dragonite in the final spot. I'm not familiar with the speed tier of Mega Gallade. Dragonite is kind of slow, even with max investments. But didn't go for Protect. It's a Throat Chop. Was trying to suss out that Zoroark. Try to make it a little bit easier on themselves. And poison. Snorlax putting in so much work. Just being bulky, having decent coverage is a good enough style of support, isn't it? Welcome in, Recustomize. So we know that Gallade is still able to pop off. This Dragonite could have extreme speed. It's a little bit rare these days. With all the ghosts, it doesn't go through Fake Out. But Dragonite. Dragonite. Dragonite? Into Dragon Pulse, just a neutral stab. That'll do it. I think the Tailwind definitely clutched that one up. And in a Hisuian Zoroark mirror match, the mind games just infinitely stack on top of each other. The people want the best of 3. This is so crazy. I can't even imagine the overworking your brain it would take. I need to go back to my dissertation. Want to beat my Asporoid Ghostgar. If you have time for one more, I would love to see a run back with Zendo, because I know that you're gonna stomp me. Yo, Scar, really happy to see the TCG crew enjoying Champions. I'm enjoying this game immensely. Recustomize. Rune is going to stick around for one more. Appreciate you, Rune. Hopefully when you get back to your dissertation, it'll be pretty solid. No, we do it live. Beautiful. But it's really cool, right? Because the team building is kind of similar to deck building, where you have a plan into every single team. Figuring out leads and stuff has been really, really fun for me to do as well. And thank you for that resurrection. My honor can remain intact with a 1-1. This is so cool too, right now in this format where everybody's using like their signature. Gallade, Whimsicott lead. It's gonna be Raichu coming to the plate this time. This is my first time seeing Raichu in the game. Very niche Pokemon. Electric type moves not extremely good into the metagame right now, but Raichu does have some really interesting coverage. With static and whatnot, has anti-physical abilities, which is quite strong. Yeah, I get you. Like, the Pokemon themselves are almost like editable cards you throw down. And honestly, playing TCG cultivates a really good mindset of being able to reflect on what you did wrong when you lose. Just being able to increase your odds of winning. Whimsicott with Icy Wind. So that kind of gives away the game, folks. We know that Whimsicott is not a Whimsicott. Hisuian Zoroark. But this Whimsicott actually hangs on versus the Psycho Cut after setting up a Reflect. So very defensive setup coming out of Rune here. But will it be enough? Reflect very strong into this team versus Gallade, maybe versus a potential Corviknight or Chestnut. Hisuian Typhlosion is the only special attacker. Hisuian Zoroark, I suppose, does a little bit of damage. Dazzling Gleam always does more damage than I think it's going to do. That's super effective into Mega Gallade, right? Double Dazzling Gleam. Raichu learns Dazzling Gleam? Oh my god. The technology. Mega Gallade down bad. Okay. But does Raichu have the quick attack tech to clean up this Gallade? Reflect is putting in so much work. Allows Raichu to survive with the power of friendship. Holds on just barely. Still maintaining speed supremacy with the Tailwind. Dragonite coming to shore up these defenses. We don't know if Extreme Speed is part of the moveset. We only saw Dragon Pulse from game number 1. Dragonite's just a beautiful, wide coverage Pokemon. Really does it all. Could be a Surf angle. Protect Raichu and Surf just to get some split damage to finish off both of these Pokemon. But Gallade, as the wide guard, is reading the Surf. But no, Dark Pulse on the Dragonite? Wait, is this a Zoroark? Dazzling Gleam. Thought that Raichu was going to go for it again into the Tailwind. Very good hedge to go for a single target and a spread move. This Pokemon forced me to learn everybody's move pools. But now it's Whimsicott. This is a real Whimsicott. So Prankster Tailwind. Does that put Gallade at a higher speed tier than Raichu and Dragonite? Dragonite is decently fast with max investment, but Raichu might be a different story. And you know this is a Zoroark, so that also affects the speed tier. So I think Mega Gallade outspeeds with a Prankster Tailwind. But doesn't go for it. Just a Dark Pulse. Not very effective on Whimsicott. Dazzling Gleam, super effective into Dragonite. Tanks it well. Wait, no, it's not a Dragonite. Ha, that's right. We already said that. But Raichu goes down. Even with the Tailwind. That's all it takes. Tailwind peters out. It's going to be Dragonite coming through. Still has Multiscale intact and one more turn of Reflect. And this gives Zendo some pretty strong tempo. Either it's Tailwind, so that Mega Gallade can hit first, or you go for Dazzling Gleam or Moonblast on the remaining Dragonite. Tailwind, just to set up the 4th Pokemon. I do like this. Psycho Cut. Not going to do a lot because of Multiscale and Reflect. Flamethrower on Dragonite. We know 2 of its moves. Dragon Pulse, Flamethrower. Dragonite takes 1 more hit. Prioritizing the Whimsicott and the Fairy move is super important. I love that here. But is this Dragonite packing Surf? You can't go for it because of Wide Guard. You would love to, just to get some damage on Typhlosion. Clear the Gallade. But it's just a double up under Tailwind. Can Dragonite tank Shadow Ball? No, it is enough. And Zendo clutches it. Beautifully played. The speed control is superb. Well played, Rune. Very well played. Max speed, Whimsicott dodged the Dark Pulse flinch. Okay. Yeah, very well played. And we're all going to be sending you our energy as you work on your dissertation. I mean, Zendo is dreamy. Now I'm fired up again. I got to get back in there. I only have the Meganium profile thing. It's always a pleasure, because, like, I'm so in my own head about how I navigate battles, so it's cool to see how other types of teams operate. So Whimsicott lead is always very spooky for me. Aegislash is scary, because you can cover Whimsicott with fire. But I think that Empoleon is probably my best idea. So I can just Iron Head, or rather Flash Cannon. Because if Whimsicott's disguised, it's just there. It's solid. Hisuian Typhlosion is also pretty rough for me. Because only my Aegislash fights ghosts very effectively. So I think it's Empoleon Armarouge lead. With the right setup, I think Chestnut could go the distance. I'm going to bring Aegislash. I'm giving up speed control for the sake of having a very strong lead and building momentum from there. Corviknight Gallade. Let's go for a subtle Icy Wind, if I'd like. And I think we're just going to shoot this Corviknight. Now, Gallade does have Throat Chop. Dark-type physical move. Very strong. Going to outspeed here. It's actually Bitter Malice on the Corviknight. We live with Sash. It'd be a strong double up to take down the Armarouge. But doesn't double up. Empoleon goes down to close combat instead. Armarouge has clicked Arm Cannon. Trying to take down Corviknight, which is in fact a Hisuian Zoroark. Still going to be decent damage regardless. Brings it down to its Sash. Next up is Aegislash. I do have some sneaky technology here. Oh, wait, it's part normal. I can't Shadow Sneak it, Lamau. Tricky. I could go after Gallade. Zoroark's going to want to outspeed and go for Bitter Malice. The King's Shield seems a little bit obvious. I'm already in shield mode, so I think that I can hold on. I'm going to be a little cheeky here and retreat the Armarouge into Chestnut. Just some cheeky Icy Wind. Imagine how cool it'd be casting World's VGC Finals with people using Zoroark. And thanks to shield mode, we do hang on through the Throat Chop. Gonna be a Poltergeist now. 90% accuracy, folks. Galladite. Super effective. Boom! And we go through. And if I'm thinking from Zendo's perspective, I'm just going to keep clicking Icy Wind with the Hisuian Zoroark. Because both of these outspeed. I think I can take the Eruption, ironically. But then what? You know? Could just be like a Shadow Ball. I just need to get rid of this Hisuian Zoroark. Bitter Malice. I thought it was going to be Icy Wind for sure. Eruption might leave me at a low HP, and then I lose to my Woodhammer recoil. Oh, it is enough! Oh, he's so big! Okay. So. I could try to land a Poltergeist on the Typhlosion. The hard part is outspeeding this thing. I can go for Shadow Sneak. Zoroark outspeeds, could just go for Icy Wind or a single target move. Because I can't Shadow Sneak the Zoroark because it's part normal. So I could try to go for Wide Guard to predict the Icy Wind, but I think you just outplay this by just hitting one and hitting the other because you have speed advantage always. Yeah, even with this play, right? Because Hisuian Zoroark always clears... Hisuian Typhlosion, I mean, always clears one. Yeah, so you just focus on the Aegislash and then it does nothing. Well played. You win if he pressed Eruption. Yeah, but that's... Zendo's not going to misplay like that, though. That is the only line, yeah, if you go greedy. Even with Eruption, though, because Armarouge has Flash Fire. This might be better if my Armarouge was weak armor, so that when I get brought down to my Sash, I get a speed boost, and then I can try to crack back. We did a lot better than I normally do versus Zendo. But yeah, having the Zoroark, the typing is just so good. Because I had the Shadow Sneak in my pocket, but I couldn't finish off the Zoroark evenly outside of the Sash. And bringing in a threat next to the Zoroark at 1 HP means that I always have to try to pretend to get rid around the threat. So I maybe could have thought of having Friggraph in the back and setting up a potential Trick Room. That's about it. There's not a lot of Chlorophyll Venusaur on the ladder. You could update the Armarouge. Yeah, I already put Focus Sash on it as opposed to Lumberry, but going for weak armor with the Sash does seem like it could be a good idea as well. So that way I can try to get some speed boost and just make it like a true glass cannon where it comes in, clicks a button, and then gets the speed boost and can click another button. That might be the way to play it, definitely. Because I was trying to get cheeky with the Armarouge, because I was thinking that if I was able to deal with the current board state, then Armarouge might outspeed whatever the fourth Pokemon was, and I could just click Arm Cannon into it, and that'd be the end of it. I was also trying weak armor Ceruledge, but nothing would hit me with a contact move. Yeah. They attack you first with the ground or water move. You fire it back, and then next turn you finish them off because now you outspeed. Yeah, it could be the play. I'm also still thinking about Heracross's move pool. Because, like, the Smart Strike and Earthquake are cheeky, but it feels like against fairy Pokemon, even the super effective Smart Strike isn't better than just clicking close combat, or I'm usually already locked into close combat. It might be fine. Yeah, those were really fun games, Zendo. The mind games are just continuously on point. We'll put weak armor back on this boy. We're modest. Yeah. I think also that I might change Empoleon. I said I wanted to put Nevermelt Ice on, but maybe I just give it Mystic Water. How much speed do you get from weak armor? Weak armor is... That's a good question. Is it a sharp increase? I think it's just one stage. Let me read it. Click. Check summary. Weak armor. Speed is boosted by 2 stages. Oh. So speed is boosted by 2 stages, and I have 120... What was that? 127? Yeah, 127. Well, if it's 2 stages, that's a buff. All the websites I looked up say 1 stage. It's a speed tier list sheet if you want. Yeah, I'll definitely have to study that, especially playing Trick Room. Wow, a lot of spread damage on that team. We can bring Armarouge. Armarouge Heracross, we click Wide Guard plus Close Combat into pretty much everything they do. Or if they lead with Charizard, we just click Rock Slide. Empoleon is pretty decent into them as well. And... Chestnut also. We don't have any speed control, but with Heracross, I think we're golden. They would need to lead with Talonflame Charizard and then Tailwind to outspeed Rock Slide, but I think that Wide Guard would still do it. It has to be a physical move, yes. It has to be a physical move to trigger weak armor. So if they hit with, like, Darkest Lariat or Throat Chop or something into the Armarouge, Talonflame and Excadrill. So I can go for Wide Guard to block Earthquake, and then lock myself into close combat versus the Excadrill. But they could go, like, Tailwind, High Horsepower, or they just do Brave Bird into Heracross and then punch the Armarouge, which might be a better idea for them to do. But this just plays around the Earthquake. Oh, dual Wing Beat. And that naturally outspeeds me, even with my Scarf. That's crazy. They did go for Earthquake. Wow. Talonflame, strong. It doesn't outspeed you, it's its ability. Oh, it gives flying moves priority? Aw, man. I didn't realize that. Flying moves get +1 priority when he's full HP. Okay. that's so brutal for me then. Because we get bopped by Charizard if that's in the back. The crit, I think, matters. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Then they just dual wing beat the Chestnut. Dang. Oh my god. No, it's not enough. Yeah, Talonflame completely destroys my Heracross set. I think you could have clutched it. How so? I go for... Talonflame loses the ability with Flare Blitz. I bring in Chestnut. I have to Spiky Shield. I outspeed the Excadrill. What my opponent would need to do is they retreat Talonflame into Tyranitar to activate Sand Rush, and then Excadrill outspeeds Armarouge, right? Yeah, they'd have to retreat into Tyranitar. Interesting. Our Empoleon is decent into that team, actually. Spiritomb is a Trick Room setter. So we can bring Aegislash to this for sure. Chestnut's also quite good. We lead Empoleon into the Incineroar. They're going to lead like Incineroar Spiritomb so they can fake out, set up Trick Room. Manectric and Spiritomb. So we can go for Poltergeist on the Spiritomb. And I can actually just protect the Empoleon versus the Manectric. This could be Mega Manectric as opposed to Mega for Alligator. It could be a double Mega team. Having Electric in this metagame is very interesting. But yeah. Oh, banana. Goes for Intimidate. That triggers my competitive. Volt Switch into Incineroar. Volt Switch doesn't work because of the Protect, so it stays in. Bulky. Good read with the foul play into Aegislash. They probably have seen this before. I wonder if I should switch Empoleon. I'm actually not too worried about Spiritomb. If it Trick Room, that just helps me. I think it's actually better for me to go after the Manectric here. These two Pokemon I have in play right now are the only things that can deal with Spiritomb, however. That's kind of the issue. So we do tank the Volt Switch, which is great. And so then this is going to be Incineroar. Maybe? Yeah. Which procs competitive, so that chilly water. They go into their own Empoleon. So the body press is godlike here. Chilling water. Wow, even at +2. The Intimidate drop saved your Empoleon. It's all in the air now? Yeah. So they protect their Empoleon. Ally switch. What? That's so silly! What's even the point of that? Oh, I thought so the Empoleon doesn't stay protected when it switches like that. That's so crazy. They were trying to go for the most galaxy brain read. Protect does the same thing if I body press into Empoleon, right? What? I don't know, dude. If it stayed, maybe that's the first time they've gone for that play. And they thought that the protect would be sick and you just switch in and it's kind of like you need to protect both. Manectric comes in, we get another Intimidate. Competitive activates. Manectric does outspeed Empoleon, so I think I can switch Empoleon here. I do still need to take down this Spiritomb because Empoleon, because Farigiraf can't deal with it, right? So I just have to chase it down. Bruh, I don't know. This is still really close, I think. Mega Manectric Volt Switch is so bizarre. It's just chaining Intimidate is the play. Just keep debuffing over and over again with Volt Switch and yada yada. So there could be Flare Blitz into Chestnut. It could be Darkest Lariat into Farigiraf. If you just believed in Empoleon, this was game. Yeah, oh my god, yeah, we get the double competitive boost. But then we have to survive the Volt Switch and the Flare Blitz double up. So I guess we just set up Leech Seed. Because we want to... Wait, we put the Leech Seed on the Chestnut, on the Manectric, because we want to clear Incineroar first. Farigiraf, we're going to protect. Quick Claw. Quick Claw! Jesus Christ. Charge. So charge is like, it's building up for a big special move, right? So then I spiky shield and then try to get the trick room in. Charge is the electric version of flash fire. Oh, okay. I wonder if I can get a trick room off. And then Empoleon can come in and do some work. Ooh, they volt switch into Chestnut. Flare Blitz, also into Chestnut. And we get Trick Room, folks. Welcome to the Tricky Room. Step right up, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Tricky Room. Where up is down and left is right. Slow is fast and fast is slow. We go for the body press. We go for the hyper voice. Now, body press is calculated with my defense, so the attack drops don't actually matter. The fact they didn't double into the slot that just protected is wild to me. Maybe they've never seen Chestnut before. Maybe they don't know about Spiky Shield. And we've got a critical hit, folks, in the Tricky Room. Flare Blitz comes through. Chestnut tanks it admirably. I think that straight just lost them the game. It might have. I don't know if they've ever seen Spiky Shield before. But they did that weird ally switch play as well, where they just threw Empoleon under the bus. Chestnut, you're still tanking! And the Leech Seed. Now, remember, folks, I Leech Seeded the Manectric because I was going to focus down the Incineroar first, so this is more healing. Bruh. People have been slandering Chestnut for eons. And now that it's finally in my hands, this Mon is goated. There's Chestnut. It's not even Mega Chestnut. And it's still like, oh my goodness. He just doesn't like eruptions, lol. Sheesh. That was actually a really difficult game. That was some tricky stuff. Chestnut has no Mega. It needs no Mega. So we got those tickets. Let me do my missions real quick. Because when you Mega, you lose speed and you gain, I think, HP and defense and special defense or something like that. I think you keep the same ability, don't you? I haven't even looked into it. Also, I got some ghost type tickets, ghost affinity tickets from using Aegislash, and I tried to roll Golurk with them and I didn't get Golurk. I got like Basculegion and Trevenant and Goregeist. It was very sad. Yeah, he keeps bulletproof. I'm sorry, brother. Man. It's like... This is like... This game is a little bit like Artifact, in a way. In the sense that, like, the games are so fast and bite-sized, you can very easily go just one more. But at the same time, I feel like they're so cognitively taxing that, you know, even after that last win or going on that win streak at the beginning of the stream to get to Masterball tier, I'm like satisfied. Like, wow, I've played enough. I've climbed enough. I do not want to meet Mega Chestnut in a trick alley, not gonna lie, get so much physical and special bulk. Pretty balanced team. We've got some sand earthquake stuff going on. I'm probably going to see a Rotom Sneasler lead if I had to guess. Leading Heracross into this always feels good, because we can close combat most of what they've got. Armarouge is also kind of interesting, where either I can just wide guard or I switch into Farigiraf. If it's Sneasler Garchomp lead, then I can't cover both options, which is very sad. But they would rather just fake out the Heracross, wouldn't they? It's just a matter of Heracross can eat an Earthquake. Because they would, like, protect... They can't fake out because they'd have to protect the Sneasler. They can't Earthquake next to Sneasler. I'm tripping. And then we just bring Chestnut. Empoleon is also a really good bring here. Empoleon's also a really, really good option here. Icy Wind for Garchomp. Etc. You could bring Empoleon, Chestnut, or Aegislash, I think, in that spot. And to be fair, I think Chestnut might actually be the worst option. So it is Sinistcha, which does get Rage Powder. So I can't necessarily click Close Combat. But I've got an idea. I'm just gonna arm cannon the Sinistcha. What we need is for the devs to buff Bulletproof to make it immune to Rock Slide. If Sludge Bomb is a bullet, a rock is a bullet. We taxed last night when my opponent's sleep only lasted 1 turn, 2 games in a row. Yeah, close combat doesn't work. We're intentionally locking ourselves into close combat. Unfortunately, we do lose to the sand here, but we get the armor cannon to take down Sinistcha. And so again, I locked myself into close combat on purpose so I could clear Tyranitar next turn. Because I was like fairly certain they were just going to go for Rage Powder there. And now I can bring in Chestnut pretty safely. They might protect Tyranitar. I don't think I've ever seen a Tyranitar click Protect, if I'm honest. If they didn't go for a Rage Powder, we get Tyranitar. Exactly. Now, because I'm Scarfed, I'm locked into the close combat. So they just go for Garchomp, which we're totally fine with. I could Spiky Shield here, but I think it's actually better for me to Leech Seed the Garchomp. This is close. I think I Body Press the Garchomp. It outspeeds me, so they're going to go for a Rock Slide. So I think I do want damage. I think Body Press is a 2-hit KO. And they do protect the Tyranitar. Okay. Whoa, uh-oh. I've never seen Bulldoze in my life. I have no idea what that move does. It lowers my speed. I'm not outspeeding Garchomp now with the Scarf after a speed drop. I wonder. There's some weird strat with that. Some sort of anti-meta thing. I wonder. I'm just going to go after the Garchomp because either they protect and they don't do an AoE move, or they go for an AoE move and then it goes down. And then I'm still maintaining really strong tempo here. And Tyranitar just protected. So they withdraw Garchomp instead. And Rotom is what's going to take this Body Press. Tyranitar outspeeds? After one speed drop? No flinch. Close combat. That's a crazy speed tier. I don't know what's going on anymore. So a speed drop halves your speed, right? It's not like a 30% reduction or whatever. So maybe the bulldoze is actually kind of lit. We're still locked into close combat. We still have a speed drop. The Rotom. Garchomp comes in, still outspeed, so I should actually retreat the Heracross to reset it. And bring in Farigiraf instead. And then for Chestnut, I can just body press the Garchomp. We don't care about the Rotom, really. They could have, like, Will-O-Wisp, I guess. Or they wouldn't double up on the Heracross slot with it so low. You can leech the Rotom. That is free. That is true. Because Garchomp doesn't really do anything that threatens Chestnut. We eat that Thunderbolt. Yes, indeedy. Para. Uh-oh. That's going to make things interesting. So the question is, do I just Spiky Shield here? I can Spiky Shield to just get free leftovers healing. Or I Leech Seed and absolutely guarantee this game. Oops. Yeah, input lag. Leech Seed. Oh, man. Yeah, it deals no damage. Leech Seed! And I went for Hyper Voice because it's single target. Big damage, big stab. He yell. Sandstorm subsides. I was wondering if it was going to proc one more time. Yeah, now we Spiky Shield. Oh my god. Let me tell you. So, first of all, I know I say let me tell you too much. But it's so funny that, like, I think if I put the Mega Stone on Chestnut, I'll actually miss having Leftovers. Leftovers is so broken on that Pokemon. But after all of these games, I feel like I've really got a strong handle on this team. Outside of, you know, nonsense like Bulldoze and that speed drop, I'm going into every game with a pretty solid plan and a good idea of what my opponent might lead into me. It's, you know, it's similar, but not too dissimilar to playing, again, any other, like, PvP game. You know what I mean? Where I can feel my working different brain muscles playing this game, but it still feels like all of the games I've played in the past have sort of culminated and helped me play decently in VGC. And yo, what's up, Yami Geist? Welcome in. You know, playing chess, playing TCGs and other strategy games. It really has all just come together. And you remember, like, what was it, last week, I think? Where I was just getting some insane reads on stream. And it's like, I don't want to, I'm so new right? I'm really feeling myself right now. Don't get me wrong. I wasn't expecting to be as comfortable playing the game as quickly as I got to. That is definitely part and parcel with me just finding a team I liked very quickly and learning that team. I'm not jumping around from one team to another team, which I think has really helped me. What Scar means to say is that we're TCG players and our massive brains operate in a higher dimension than those of 9-year-olds on the ladder. Oh, you made Masters? Congrats. Yes, Kennedy! We made Masterball tier at the beginning of this stream, actually, with a crazy win streak. I gotta put that on YouTube. And I have to give a shout out once again to Rune for the suggestion to actually put Empoleon on the team. Yeah, so this is the squad. I have to go to view details. Nice. So this is the squad. I just put Mystic Water on Empoleon over Metal Coat because I felt like I was clicking Chilling Water a lot more than Flash Cannon. But I am still thinking that Never Melt Ice might actually be better. Oh, it's like so competitive to Imbuse Incineroar. Yeah, the competitive has been proccing not just on Incineroar, but just random other stuff too. Like somebody hit me with Icy Wind, and then like the speed drop translated into a special attack. There's a lot of moves that either directly or have a percentage chance to reduce one of your stats. The competitive's been going crazy. And it makes moves like Chilling Water and Icy Wind that normally have very low base just hit like a truck. We're not using Chilling Water to support as much, so maybe you could check for a more powerful water move. That is also true. Also, no Mega is very interesting. That's because I wanted to put Mega Chestnut on the team. I originally was looking for Mega Golurk because I was like, oh, I want something with Ice Punch, you know, that, you know, just a big tanky dude. Maybe it plays better to my Trick Room idea. And I spin the roulette, got Chestnut instead. And I was like, oh, you know what? We'll try Mega Chestnut. And I didn't realize at the time that you had to get your Chestnut from ZA in order to have the Mega Stone. Oh, I think you missed my other comment. Yami. I just got to Master 3 with a regular Absol team. It's been so fun with this one. Absol? Nice. Absol is also one of my favorite Pokemon. I'll have to definitely get around to using it one of these days. You could use Muddy Water on Empoleon. It's consistent spread damage, has an amazing secondary effect. Yeah, we can definitely look into it. Because I was considering actually putting in Icy Wind, Never Melt Ice to buff Icy Wind. I've been using that for just good spread damage. And it's so good versus Garchomp. So Fave, he doesn't play him, just keeps him nice and clean on the shelf. I know. It would give me an excuse to have a Mega Pokemon on the team. Now that I've gotten to Master Ball tier with my night-themed team, I could maybe try to spend some of my victory points to build some other stuff. I'm currently on a 5-win streak. Exactly, right? You have to take some breaks, some time to relax. That's what I've been doing. Played some games, yapped a little bit, recharged the mental battery, jump back in and keep playing. This is one of those games for sure that because each individual match is so quick and some matchups are really volatile that you could fall into like tilt queuing very quickly. Absolutely. I almost threw a game earlier because I clicked Poltergeist over Ironhead. Stuff like that. I was wrong, Empoleon doesn't get Muddy Water. I'll have to look at the move pool because I just used the set that Rune gave me for this one. Chilling Water, Icy Wind, Flash Cannon. Scald. Oh. Scald is special, right? Burn chance, so it does have some support there. And it's just got really good base power. With competitive, we Scald Incineroar. That's kind of goated. The Chilling Water has come up a little bit short a couple times. Scald, I'm actually kind of fine with. And It's a water move that can burn. Does it have any other effects on top of that? Because you can't burn fire-type Pokemon, so you're just hitting them with the super effective move, but it'll be neutral into most everything else as a water move, and so burn damage reduction seems pretty goated. Lets you double up on something. The only issue is that Empoleon is slow, so like I won't be able to burn somebody in the middle of the turn unless we're in Trick Room, which could matter, and then it makes the Mystic Water make sense. They got rid of Scald on Empoleon in Gen 9. I'm misleading you. Okay, yeah, we've got to go into the builder. But anyway, this is the team as is right now. We ended up putting Focus Sash and Weak Armor back on Armor Rouge, so that way I can click a big button, tank a hit, get a speed boost, then click another button. No worries. I have Spell Tag on Aegislash because I've been clicking Poltergeist a lot, and it does help boost the damage of Shadow Sneak. But I did have Metal Coat on it at one point. Heracross, I'm, No, you're fine, Kennedy. With all the changes, not just from generation to generation, but also from Scarlet and Violet to Pokemon Champions, we've been misremembering a lot of stuff collectively. We've been clicking Close Combat a lot. Rock Slide is literally just for Charizard. It's actually really bad into most everything else, but you just 4x effective Charizard. And against Aerodactyl, you just Close Combat for neutral damage. I have Earthquake and I have Smart Strike, but I used to have Throat Chop. I used to have Brick Break to deal with screens, but I haven't played against any screens, barely. The Smart Strike is like 70 base power. It's kind of mid. I was thinking that I could probably have it for Fairy type coverage, but now that I've got Empoleon in the team to help with that, the Smart Strike should probably become something else. Maybe Rock Tomb? Single target rock type damage. The problem is that Empoleon learns a lot of physical water moves, but not a lot of special water moves. So I don't know who's responsible for that, but why give competitive and not give special attacks? If you want to run something else, you could do Surf, which is risky, Hydro Pump, which hits hard but can miss, or Whirlpool, which traps and just chip every turn. I kind of made it so Absol is 100% crit rate on Night Slash and Stone Edge, 50% crit rate on Sucker Punch. Oh, that's fun. That's really fun to build like a high crit build. Chestnut, the Bulletproof, has kind of saved me a couple times. Every time somebody goes for like a super effective poison type move, it gets blocked by Bulletproof. Sludge Bomb, and I think even Gunk Shot are both blocked by Bulletproof. Honestly, I wouldn't change a thing. Body Press, Leech Seed, Spiky Shield, Wood Hammer feels amazing. Feels absolutely amazing. And for Farigiraf, I'm glad we went back to having Psychic. Single target, just good damage. And because I'm on Hyper Voice, it just gives me something that I can click into like Steel or Ghost. You could also run Dazzling Gleam as well, which I used to have a long time ago. It's a shame you're doing no home. It would justify it for the Mega Stones. I think now that I've gotten to Master Ball tier with no Pokemon home and no Mega, I might use it to import Mega Chestnut or something. I don't know. And Psychic, it does give me room versus Sneasler. Switch in Farigiraf to block the Fake Out, and then we have Psychic threat into the Sneasler. And so they have to swap the Sneasler, or they have to one-shot Farigiraf, which is very hard to do. I've gotten a lot of offers. I really appreciate you, Kennedy. I might just go with Chestnut for now. I don't have any ambitions to build any other teams at the moment, but switching out, putting leftovers on Farigiraf or Empoleon, and then putting the Megastone on Chestnut, I might just roll with this team for the foreseeable future. I think that I've been a good boy and I've earned a Mega. It's still so cringe, though. The Floette's like its own discussion, but it's really weird to me that those starters you can only get from ZA to get their Mega. And as I was saying it earlier in the stream as well, Kennedy, before you joined, that I wouldn't mind if their Mega Stones were in the shop, but were like more expensive, or if they were on the battle pass and you had to like grind the battle pass or get them from an achievement or a mission in game. If there was like an extra grind barrier to get them, I'd be like, okay, that's chill. But making it ZA exclusive is crazy work. Floette probably shouldn't be in the game. It's so weird to lock them like that. I guess it's kind of cool. It's like a nice reward, right? For being already... The reward for playing past Pokemon games is having the Pokemon to use with Pokemon Home, and then just being able to play whatever team you want, while everybody else is having to recruit. You know what I mean? You don't need an additional reward on top of that. I forgot we picked up Hisui and Samurott as well. So we can make more Knights, and then maybe come up with a completely new team as well. I think Floette's not even on the in-game Poke list. I'd have to definitely check, because it might be viable for the ladder, but it might not actually be viable for the regional, which people would get really pissed about. Has it been confirmed that Indianapolis is using... No, it's using Regulation MA. Yeah, like the in-game rules list. Let's double check that, actually. Now I'm curious. I'm really curious, because people who are like prepping with a Mega Floette team or having to waste time practicing against it are going to be furious. Like if it was some sort of oversight where Floette wasn't actually supposed to be put in the game, but the devs are too afraid to ban it now. They did that patch where they fixed the bugs. But hang on, sorry. I'm getting sidetracked. What did I wanted to do? I wanted to look at a new water move for Empoleon. We get Water Pulse, which is slightly higher base power. Flip turn. Well, we want special, right? Yeah, we've got special attack investment, so we want to filter by special water moves. Hydro Cannon, Hydro Pump, Surf, yeah, Water Pulse just has a little bit of higher base damage. Floette is in the list that I'm looking at in-game. Okay. According to battle data, people are running Flash Cannon, Protect, Ice Beam, and Hydro Pump. Hydro Pump is 100% accurate in rain, right? Or is that not the case? That would make it way too good. 80% accuracy is outside of my realm of comfort. I don't think I'd mind going for Water Pulse. Everybody's a gambler in this game, and it's because it's best of one, I think. I remember like Wolf was saying that he always tries to use moves with perfect accuracy so that he's in control as much as possible when playing. Only Thunder and Hurricane get perfect accuracy in the rain. Of moves in the game at the moment. Yeah, the 100% accurate Hurricane destroys my team. The Hurricane on Pelipper is a demon. I think out of all the games I've lost, Rain has probably been my worst matchup. Just getting completely obliterated but trying to deal with Pelipper. I figured out my lead yesterday. I theoried something and it worked out earlier on the stream. We played against Pelipper and I was like, oh, I have to just lead Aegislash and Heracross into the Pelipper. And then that way I can outspeed, lock myself into close combat as a big stab move. And then Aegislash finishes it off with Iron Head or Poltergeist. And they have to be incredibly bulky invested. Yo, thank you so much for that raid, Kiwi Spins. Welcome in, everybody. My name is Scarzig. I am a Pokemon TCG caster and host who has been thoroughly enjoying VG through Pokemon Champions. I came up with my own night-themed Pokemon team, and we actually did hit Master Ball rank earlier with no Pokemon Home and no Mega Stone, actually, because I got completely faked out by thinking that I could have Mega Chestnut, but I don't have ZA. So we just used regular Chestnut with leftovers, and we got there. Yeah, Pelipper's thriving off the lack of great electric types right now. I really don't have any good answers into Pelipper on my team, so I just have to double up into it because I know that they're just going to go for Tailwind or something. And there's so many different ways to build Pelipper too. Like, they could be Scarfed, so that they can go for Scarf Tailwind, depending on what their team's trying to do. And if they're Scarfed, they can go, oh, I can just click Hurricane, and then they outspeed Heracross. Well, no, not necessarily. Didn't we calc the speeds before, where my Heracross investment outspeeds Scarf Pelipper, even if it's max? Because Pelipper's base speed is like 60, and Heracross has a pretty respectable base speed of 85. And my Heracross on my team is Choice Scarf. And we just lock ourselves into close combat because it's just, even though it's not very effective, it is still high base power stab. And then we are locked into that move and we can go after our Chaladon. And if they Electro Shot the Heracross, at least we doubled up on the Pelipper, and that's the biggest threat against the rest of my team. And then we slowly work our way through everything else. Of moves not in the game, Bleak Wind Storm, Sandsear Storm, and Windbolt Storm all get perfect accuracy in rain. Funnily enough, despite being part of the same legendary quartet, Springtide Storm does not get the same accuracy boost in rain. Bleak Wind Storm, that name rings a bell. Isn't that Tornadus' like signature ability? And it's so devastating. The 50-50 of whether I should be planning around him clicking Tailwind or Hurricane turn 1 is so annoying. What was the other change we wanted to make? Put Water Pulse on Empoleon. It's a little bit better than Chilling Water. Plays better with competitive. And we were looking for some different moves for Heracross. Because Rock Slide is just there to 4x on Charizard. The chip damage maybe breaks its partner's Focus Sash, which is cool. But being locked into it is not the greatest. And I could go for Rock Tomb, so I have a little bit more accuracy. But, I mean, Rock Slide is just good enough. I was getting really cheeky with Smart Strike and Earthquake. Where it's like I could hit Fairy-type Pokemon with a move that never misses. 70 power is decent, but I don't think it's really strong enough to make a difference. So we'll filter physical moves. The Earthquake is just kind of there, but coming out of a Heracross, it doesn't really do a lot of damage, if I'm honest. Anything that Earthquake hits for weakness, I'd probably rather just click Close Combat into. Double Edge is kind of cute, but it's basically normal Close Combat. Heracross gets Rock Slide. Yeah, we have Rock Slide on our Heracross to deal with Charizard, but outside of that specific use case, it's not the best move in the world. Typically, we want to just Choice Scarf close combat things with Heracross. It's our very specific problem solver delete button on the team. I'm just seeing that outside of Earthquake and Smart Strike, if there's better options. Yeah, I have desperately Rock Slide for Flinch before. And it deals decent damage versus flying types. You know, Pelipper and Aerodactyl and stuff. Does it get dual Wing Beat? No, it gets Aerial Ace, though. If I really wanted to run a Mega on the team, I could try Mega Heracross and go more of a hard Trick Room idea. And then we just change our spread to be like Pin Missile, Rock Blast with Skill Link, so it always hits maximum times. The reason I mentioned dual Wing Beat is because it can Oko Sneasler even if it's holding Focus Sash. That is true. I've been seeing a lot more dual Wing Beat out of Aerodactyl, and we got bodied by a Talonflame that had it. I think that Scizor learns dual Wing Beat. So if any of you in the chat are big fans of Scizor, you've got your Swords Dance Bullet Punch ideas, but you've also got dual Wing Beat for coverage. And I believe that the dual Wing Beat was actually inherited from Scyther, and so Scizor just naturally also gets to learn it. And I've only played against Mega Scizor once, and I deleted it with a close combat, but Mega Scizor might actually be kind of slept on. It's just that there's so many fire types in the metagame right now, it's hard for it to live. You know what I mean? It's so hard for it to actually... And actually, that's not true. I've seen Scizor a lot. People have it on their team, but they don't actually bring it to fight me. So I think it might be a specific tech for certain matchups, right? Where you've got dual Wing Beat against Sneasler, which I'm not running, and then you've got Bullet Punch to deal with Fairy types, which I'm not running. Both hits are technically 40 base power, means it gets boosted by Technician. So dual Wing Beat is essentially 120 base power. Oh, that's so good. And people were saying that we could try to lock ourselves into upper hand, which is kind of funny. Makes the target flinch. This move fails if the target isn't about to use a priority move. Like, if we really absolutely needed to lock ourselves into a fighting type move against King Gambit in a Sucker Punch endgame scenario... I'm having a vision deep in the future where Heracross is on like just a few points of HP. Upper hand wouldn't work against Basculegion. We get bodied by Aqua Jet, but we could very safely click on upper hand if it's like low HP, low HP. I'd have to read the Sucker Punch and go for upper hand. Because if they don't go for upper hand, does it get knockoff? Actually, I think it does. Yeah, it does get knockoff. I was going for Throat Chop because I was running into a lot of, Hyper Voice very, very early on in the metagame. But, I mean, knockoff power's boosted by 50%, so... Honestly, yeah, knockoff is actually really strong. I should have been running knockoff probably this whole time. It has some anti-synergy with Poltergeist, but I think we can definitely risk that. I don't necessarily need Earthquake. I really, really want to click Mega Horn, but bug type like doesn't hit anything important for weakness, you know? Like, I could just knock off against Psychic now. Pounce would be kind of funny. Bug Bite would be hysterical to, like, steal berries, but... The only grass in the meta is even weak to Bug, I know. Sleep Talk? This is insane technology if I put Sleep Talk on this Heracross. If we get chlorophyll sleep powdered... and then we just Sleep Talk for we choice Sleep Talk into just a random 1 of 3 of do damage to something. I think that with lack of a better 4th move, Sleep Talk might actually be lit. Faint is kind of cute. It's a terrible move to lock yourself into, but being able to hit through Protect with a little bit of chip damage and also negate the Protect so that somebody else could clean up the knockout. That 4th slot might be the crazy mad scientist tech slot. Megahorn waiting room. Oh my god. Okay, I have a few options. There's a lot of really good options. Like, we can just, you know... There's a lot of overlap. You know, like, Double Edge is strong, but we already have close combat. Especially because I'm choice scarfed. If I'm not scarfed, we have, like, crazy coverage, you know? If only, like, Fairy or Dragon was weak to Bug. I think I would definitely click Megahorn. It'd be too broken, though. Because when you consider the metagame, you know what I mean? Like, because Bug hits Psychic and Dark for super effective, but I can just click Close Combat into a Dark type. Anything that Bug hits for neutral, Fighting usually hits for neutral. I wonder if Trailblaze ever matters. It's such a low power move. Bug should beat Fairy Law. The princesses hate bugs. It would be definitely be a good boost to Bug type. But it's a balancing thing, you know what I mean? Like, they added Fairy to the game. They added Dark to the game to balance Psychic in Gen 2, because Psychic was insane in Gen 1, because it was only weak to Bug and Ghost. And at the time, there were no Ghost-type attacks outside of Nightshade, which just dealt set damage. In Gen 1, Lick was a normal-type move. And then in Gen 2, they changed Lick to be a Ghost-type move with, like, 20 base power. They added Shadow Ball, and then they also added Dark-type, and then Bite and Crunch were added to the game to balance Psychic alongside Bug, because in Gen 1, you only had Pin Missile, and I think that Beedrill learned Twin Needle? I can't even remember if Twin Needle was a Gen 1 move. Megahorn or Faint niche, but as uses. Reversal, High Horsepower is a safer Earthquake. And lastly, 5 would be Endeavor, which is the funny option. Endeavor is the one that sets your target's HP equal to its remaining HP. With a Scarf, it's kind of cute, where it's like a last ditch, put something down to low HP. Feint is very cute. Twin Needle was a Gen 1 move. It was like one of 3, if I remember correctly, bug moves. I remember Pin Missile, Twin Needle, and technically String Shot, I think, was the 3rd bug type move in Gen 1. Like, but then again, after Dark was added to the game to balance Fairy, to balance Psychic, they added Fairy to balance Dragon. Because Dragon being weak to Dragon and Ice was fine for a little bit, but they were not trying to print a ton of really good Ice types. You know what I mean? Because that could get very out of control. Because Ice is actually a really strong type. Outside of just being able to hit Dragon for weakness, it's, you know, hits a lot of other really good stuff. And so it all coming full circle for Bug to also be super effective into Fairy. I wonder where Bug is good into Psychic, Dark, and Fairy, where somehow Bug is anti, like, magic in that way. Like, in Pokemon, Psychic is kind of used as a way to suggest the supernatural or magic. Think like Delphox. Ghost and Dark suggest the supernatural. And then Fairy, of course, isn't just like cute pixie fairies, but like fae. That's why you have stuff like Grimmsnarl and stuff are also fairy type. The rule about types is to always have at least one Pokemon that its type is OP or good. Yeah, the main problem with Dragon was just how strong Choice Scarf Outrage was in Draco Meteor. That's true, because Dragon is super effective against Dragon and then neutral into everything else for the most part. I think Steel resists Dragon. So when you have that massive move that, again, is just centralizing the metagame, it's just good to click it into everything. So then you add Fairy, which is immune to Dragon, so you have a great defensive type that can call out Dragon Pokemon as a hard counter. And I'm just, as everybody who's joined the stream knows, who's been in Pokemon for a long time, the debate about, oh, Bug is weak, has been talked to death for years and years and years. But I'm just lamenting the fact that there's no reason for me to put Mega Horn on Heracross, even though it's a sick Pokemon and this is its sick signature move. Like, Dragon was so strong in 6v6 singles in Gen 5, a legitimate team comp was 5 Dragon types and 1 Magnezone. I couldn't even imagine. Magnezone just had, like, Flash Cannon to counter Fairy or something. I advocate for Steel being weak to poison because of Acid. Yeah, that's right. Steel is immune to poison. I think that they were kind of, they kind of situate Steel as stainless steel so that it actually doesn't corrode. The Magnezone had Magnet Pull, so it trapped Steel types and killed them with Hidden Power Fire. Oh, yeah, to be honest, I'm still quite sad that unlike Steel and Poison, Bug didn't get that. This type is weak, make it the new Broken type for super effective damage treatment. Also, Fairy didn't exist in Gen 5. That is true. They did update Bug so that it hits Dark for weakness. And they made it so that Dark is weak to fighting, so that you have, like, Dark fighting Psychic as its own triangle, and then Bug is kind of just there like, yo, what up? and then like flying fighting Bug is, no, Bug gets bullied. It's fine though. It makes it more enjoyable to use Heracross. It's just that I just wish I could click Bug into stuff. You know, I would be Mega Horning all day. But I think that out of the options we have for Heracross, Faint might be the sauce. Bug does have 2 redeeming factors, U-turn and first impression. I did forget about U-turn. I think that we were originally going to put U-turn on Heracross, and it just doesn't learn U-turn. Oh my god. That's an update we need. Give Heracross U-turn. I don't know if Pokemon's going to do anything like that, where they're going to specifically reach into Pokemon Champions and go like, boop, in this patch, we're giving Heracross U-turn, or we're taking this move away from this Pokemon because it's too popular. But if Heracross had U-turn, it'd be so goated. Yeah, that way you'd just be able to go in and get some chip damage with your Scarf and just come back in with a different play. To be fair, they basically did that for Incineroar. Yeah. And that's between, like, if we count Scarlet and Violet Champions as being between generations, that's the moment where they get to make all of their changes. And then once Champions is there, they don't make any individual changes, right? Now that everybody's movesets are locked in, they would just have to disallow that Pokemon specifically for the new regulation. I have a feeling you'd have loved Rillaboom. It probably would have grown on me. I would have been like, you know, this Pokemon's a little bit too meta for my taste. I might try something different. But then once I actually used it, I'd be like, oh man, this thing is good as heck. There's probably a lot of meta teams or meta Pokemon that I'm like, oh my god, I can't believe I haven't been using Garchomp this whole time. But I think I will put Faint. We'll bring Knockoff. We'll bring Faint. John Anila picking out of your soul. John Anila, I think I played. I don't think I was there day one. Because the version I built didn't have Sunken Temple. I played Sunken Temple a little bit, and then I took it away. And the deck functions perfectly fine without Sunken Temple. And then after they nerfed Janna, they nerfed Sunken Temple, they nerfed like 2 or 3 other cards in the deck, and it was still broken. And I loved playing it. And shout out once again to Talpinator for bringing it to the World Championships. I was hooting and hollering, let me tell you. I was like, oh my god, he brought the broken deck. It was the second coming of Nightfall. John Anila was the deck that Nightfall was always meant to be. Are you still struggling with Baskia Legion? No, I just have to be better about what my end game into it is. My opponents, I think, are misplaying with the Baskia Legion because I just land a Poltergeist on it and it's fine. They outspeed Aegislash is in shield mode so it can tank the Wave Crash. Then I just Poltergeist it. Or even they try to go for like Wave Crash or something into Farigiraf, and then it can survive that move, and then Poltergeist just eats it. I love using Hisuian Samurott against Basket Legion. Hisuian Samurott was on my list of Pokemon to try to build around. Stab Sucker Punch on a Focus Sashmon and it just explodes. Yeah, there's a lot of Pokemon that I want to play around with, but this team kind of came about very organically, and I ended up on a Fire, Water, Grass core. Just from like first principles of like, oh, I need this Pokemon, I need that Pokemon. I've got a Fire, Water, Grass Trick Room Balance team. And it's kind of good. It's really cool because I'm a very toolboxy kind of player. I like having a lot of options and being able to know what the right thing to do at the right time or for the right matchup or going for a read is my play style. And then just having the Trick Room is that same sort of setup and payoff I enjoy, where if I can complete the mini objective of upsetting my Trick Room, then I get this massive power boost for the rest of my team, and I can start going in. But I don't always have to go for Trick Room, because I can just play mid-speed with Heracross having Scarf to just, like, KO something, and I play with that momentum. Armarouge with Sash, having Chestnut and Empoleon with Protect and Spiky Shield allow them to position. And then I just... Are we on Iron Press, Chestnut? I'm on Body Press. Because I have no attack investment. Still a lot of attack power, though, for Woodhammer. But no Iron Defense. I haven't needed Iron Defense. It's been fine without it, to be honest. Chestnut has been clutch tanking so many things. I did get set up on, though, with an Iron Defense Corviknight. That was doing a lot of work to me. And I got set up on one time with an Iron Defense Mega Aggron, I think. Which was so crazy, because I was like, close combat, surely we'll still be able to overcome this number. And it did not. To be fair, you probably wouldn't have outlasted Iron Defense Corviknight. I was thinking about running it on my Corviknight, but it just felt like a little too whatever to set up. Because I already have a lot of fighting type coverage on this team. Also, Mega Aggron is base 230 defense. You are not outstalling the wall. Yeah, my only hope is for Armarouge to click Aura Sphere into it and try to get around this with special defense fighting quad damage. And I think Farigiraf with Psychic. I think those were my only choices. Did you ever consider Ceruledge over Armarouge? I use Ceruledge because it's my favorite, but I could very easily see myself trying to run... I mean, I use Armarouge because it's my favorite, but Ceruledge is damn cool. Mega Aggron isn't 4x weak to anything. It's a pure steel type. Oh! I didn't realize that it drops its rock. It also has Filter. I do know that, so that it reduces the damage of super effective moves. There's no way I'm getting through Mega Aggron. But Poison Jab? But I think it's because my team is really physical, so I kind of need Armarouge to have a special attacker. But on a different team of different knights, we could probably make some changes. To be fair, Armor Cannon would make it explode. Yeah, that's true. Armor Cannon. The evil Scarzig team. Honestly true. Yeah, we run Hisuian, Samurott, Ceruledge. Maybe Arcanine as the evil steed over Farigiraf. Corviknight maybe joins in on the party. Yeah, honestly, let's cook something. Let's, we only have 3 team slots, but we don't care. So we put Hisuian Samurott, Ceruledge. I've got some random Pokemon. Palafin could be interesting. Hydreigon's the big boss. I had been talking about maybe using Hydreigon. The Dark Knight team just has like a spooky dragon on it. Because like Farigiraf is the noble steed. But when you think about it, a dragon riding knight, like this is the sick-ass Dragoon team. And Palafin is just that shining light of justice within the evil knights on the team. Mudsdale maybe gets on the squad. We could just put Aegislash now. We need some special. Let me see. Hydreigon is special. You're physical. I would maybe... Corviknight we can build bulky. Palafin is a superhero who went into the wrong room. Mega Absol? Yo, I'll put Absol on this team. We've got like a lot of dark types though. But then we just run Corviknight to deal with fighting types. What about Mega Scizor? I mean, it's kind of a knight. We can double dip a little bit, maybe. We don't need to have two fully separate teams, but... Damn, you know what would be really good on this team? Probably Mega Golurk. If I had one. This is where I would put my Golurk. If I had one. What if we just put Mega Halucha on the team? I mean, if Heracross is a knight, then Scizor is also a knight. This is one of those teams where, what if it's Mega Meganium? It's a horse. Sir, that's a horse. Fun fact, Scizor, Scyther, and Cleavor all have equal base stat totals. Oh, I didn't know that. Superior. Could be really interesting on this team. How do I... Oh, I can recruit permanently. This was something I never looked up, but you can temporarily recruit a Pokemon and then decide to lock it in permanently. Because I think I want to lock in Slowbro. Toxapex. Hisuian Arcanine probably would be pretty cool too. Because we got bodied by that one Choice Scarf Arcanine that was just clicking Flare Blitz on us. Having some fire type coverage might help. We could maybe look for electric, like Mega Manectric. We have Ceruledge for fire, you're right. Stunfisk? I guess we could put Lucario on this team. Mega Lucario. There's a lot of options. Let me think. Looking at this squad, Mega Lucario seems like it could fit the bill. That way we have our fighting type coverage. What about Frostlass as the evil queen? That'd be kind of cool. We set up like Aurora Veil. We build her super bulky. We go for Aurora Veil. And then the rest of our crew just fights from behind that fortress. And it buys us time for Palafin to set up. Not for this team. Yeah, but this is something else entirely. All right. Hydreigon and Corviknight could be Tailwind, by the way. Yeah. I need to look at their move pools and stuff. Wait. I want to go like... Hang on a second. It's like battle, edit, team. It's like you can go to train, but it's like specifically just those Pokemon, I thought. I'll just have to click them manually. So Samurott. Your ability is Sharpness. Boost the power of Pokemon slicing moves. You can do it from the box too. Okay. Yeah, speed, attack. 150 is a respectable speed tier. Was it Zendo or Rune that had sent me the spreadsheet with the speed tiers? 150. Oh, we need to get above. Thank you, Zendo. We need to get above 150 to outspeed Garchomp. Damn. But with Tailwind, we're actually like really popping off. Razor Cell, Sucker Punch, and Protect is a must-have unless you're running Scarf. Yeah, I won't Scarf. Razor Cell, Sucker Punch, Protect. I have to expand the part of my brain that tells me when to go for Sucker Punch. So let me read this move. This move fails unless the target has chosen an attack and is not yet attacked during the turn this move is used. And you don't have to attack Hisui and Samurott for Sucker Punch to activate. It can just interrupt and save its partner as well with Sucker Punch. And then Razor Shell has a 50% chance of lowering the target's defense stat by 1 stage. It's boosted by 50% thanks to Sharpness. Only 95% accuracy. We could go for Aqua Cutter, which is boosted by Sharpness. You can see it has the slicing tag. Perfect accuracy and just a little bit of extra critical hit rate. So I think I actually do want to go for Aqua Cutter. Aqua Cutter is more accurate but less powerful. I think I want perfect accuracy, and then the extra critical hit ratio will just, we vibe with that. It's better to put points into HP or special defense when you have a couple leftover points. I don't mind the extra special defense investment. I just don't know if HP is like better for calcs. It's better, I think, I forget who said it earlier. Was it you, Kennedy? It's better to put your stats near 100 and then put the rest into HP. If we're running Sash, we can keep Ceaseless Edge. Or we can drop it for Sacred Sword. Yeah, with Sucker Punch, we do have Dark type coverage. And how can I not click Sacred Sword? Oh, baby, Sacred Sword. And we'll figure out what held item to give this thing. Chopple? Or Anti-Electric Berry? I think investing in your higher defense stat is the play instead of HP. We've got a little bit of extra SPDEF. I just run Sash on it. Honestly, that seems good, right? Having the Bruiser that can get off 2 big attacks. You get off 3 big attacks because you survive a hit, crush something, outspeed crush a second thing, and then you sucker punch to crush a third thing. All right, let's do Saraledge next. Attack and defense has the same setup of Flash Fire, weak armor, adamant for plus attack, a little bit of extra HP investment. Yeah, Saraledge is weird. Bitter Blade is damage and healing, so we kind of want him to be way bulkier. He kind of is. It has severe 4-move slot syndrome. It wants everything, you mean to say? Weak armor. When this Pokemon is damaged by a physical move, defense is lowered by 1, but speed is boosted by 2. What if we did go Flash Fire? Ironically, I'm not sure if we actually need weak armor. But I feel like I might just find myself stumbling back into the weak armor. It wants to run Shadow Sneak, Bitter Blade, Poltergeist, Swords Dance, and Protect. I see. Yeah. Shadow Sneak is just really good, though. Having a priority move is just so strong. We were talking earlier about Swords Dance, because I used to have Swords Dance on my Aegislash, but the meta feels a bit too slow. I think if I put Sash on Saraledge, I would run Swords Dance. But if we have Sash on Samurott, then I don't think I would run a setup move on Saraledge. And we can also press Y here to look at battle data. You can always look at battle data from the training menu, so you can see what other people are running. I'm going to try Phantom Force. This is kind of crazy. I saw Pokeaim using Phantom Force. It goes through Protect and Detect. And the concealed status lets us get around, like, weather. Some do run close combat just to guarantee the one-hit knockout on King Gambit. I've been seeing less King Gambit, but with this team, people might start bringing it into me. Shadow Claw, also very cute. Weaker than Poltergeist, but I think Phantom Force. If we run Phantom Force, we don't necessarily need to run Protect, do we? And then that does let us run Swords Dance? Yeah, King Gambit's been running Sash and Chople recently. There's also the weird world where we run Solar Blade and we try to put some Sun on the team. Because we could run Flash Fire Solar Blade to take advantage of Sun, playing against Sun teams. But Solar Blade, you know, it's just neutral into Aerodactyl. It's definitely a little too cute. It's definitely too cute. Even versus Sun, it doesn't really do anything Poltergeist can't. Exactly. Poison Jab. This does give us some coverage into Fairy. You're clicking Bitter Blade into grass types. Fishing for poison might actually matter at some point. This is a really bizarre set. But we're cooking. I'm going to try to cook here. We'll probably end up taking the poison jab off. But yeah. Next up, Hydreigon. Levitate, special attacker. Timid is interesting. Really good speed tier, right? 165 is better than Garchomp. Draco Meteor, Dark Pulse, Tailwind, Protect. We learned Tailwind on this Pokemon? That's actually pretty good. If our opponent goes for a pretty passive lead. Also, no, it's slower than Chomp. Oh, I'm reading the spreadsheet wrong then. Oh, it's sorted by max speed. I see. So it's slower than Garchomp, so we have Tailwind to help us out to make sure that we're outspeeding. It maxes out at 4 speed slower. So do we want to actually invest into a defensive nature? Bold. A little bit of extra defense to help versus like Dragon Claw. I would just run Happen-Berry or Choppleberry on it. Yeah, I do like Timid, though. What if I really wanted to run Dragon Pulse over Draco Meteor? We just have to hit our Dracos, right? Because if Hydreigon isn't one-shotting other dragons, then there's no point. Gosh. 90% accuracy is like within reason. I think I've made my peace with 90% accuracy moves. We've been running Poltergeist for a while here. We only got screwed that one time and that one other time. And then we've got Tailwind on Corviknight. We were running Brave Bird as well. I kind of just like this on the Corviknight for the team. So it's just a matter of, do I want to still run Brave Bird, take out these weird extra points and put them in attack, keep Brave Bird? I might drop Iron Head for Protect on Corviknight personally, or Iron Defense. Yeah. This was back when I was trying to make it work on the other team, and I thought that Iron Head would give me a little bit more anti-fairy coverage, but Empoleon ended up coming through with Flash Cannon to do that for us instead. Iron Defense into Body Press. I think we might be able to weave that into some interesting board states. Yeah, Brave Bird is good neutrally. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take this investment out of special defense and speed and put a little bit of extra into attack to help Brave Bird. And then who else was on the squad? Palafin. We just want attack and speed, right? We don't care about HP because the 0 to hero also alters your stats. So we have to actually calculate based on Palafin hero forms stats. Because it's like a mega form, right? Where like it changes your stats. Palafin hero is base 100 speed. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Kennedy. Yeah, so it makes sense your normal form would be a little bit faster, and then you get bigger and bulkier, and then you have less. But I mean, we've got Jet Punch for priority. Probably decent bulk. We probably want to invest these extra points into special defense rather than defense. Although it might not matter. Probably just speed is good. Personally, I would drop Aqua Jet and Waterfall. And you could run Protect plus CC or Flip Turn. Yeah, definitely. Because Jet Punch is also priority. We don't need Aqua Jet when we've got Jet Punch. And we definitely want Flip Turn. Wave Crash is also just an insane physical move. We don't care about the recoil. And you're saying that Palafin learns close combat? What about Ice Punch? Yo, is this anything? I'm drawn to the Ice Punch here. For a little bit of extra coverage. It's like having ice and water coverage kind of doesn't make sense. But yeah, Ice Punch works for Dragonite, works against Garchomp. I wonder if there's anything else we care about. I think your team is worse into King Gambit than Garchomp. Yeah, King Gambit's definitely going to be a big issue. I'll have to learn it. There's going to be that, and that's what's so cool too about cooking up a new team is that it creates an entirely new and different set of problems. Where I'm like, oh man, on my other team, I've never had to worry about this matchup or this Pokemon, and then whatever team you build, there's going to be like 1 or 2 problems that it just loses to really, really hard. And Lucario was the last one. Mega Lucario was our idea here. I think we're just going to run Inner Focus. And then the idea would be is that I could just get off a close combat early. Lucario can be physical or special. Yeah, really, really good split here. Speed tier is a little bit low. Mega Lucario, it changes out its ability, right? So I could make use of Inner Focus. And then Mega Evolve potentially to make use of a different ability, right? Let me double check. Mega Lucario. Yeah, its ability becomes adaptability. Does physical get Mach Punch? Let's see. No, no Mach Punch. We get Bullet Punch, though. I'm pretty sure Lucario does get Bullet Punch. Wait, I'm going the wrong way. Yeah, we get Bullet Punch. Which is maybe worse than Extreme Speed, though. For priority. Adaptability is when it changes its type. No, that's Protean. Adaptability increases the effect of stab moves to double instead of 1.5. So then this would be 80 base power. So Bullet Punch is Extreme Speed. So we can run Bullet Punch in that spot. Meteor Mash. Oh, Steel Beam. Yeah, so we get 90% accuracy on the Meteor Mash. And then close combat. Basically, physical is Meteor Mash, Bullet Punch, close combat, protect. Yeah. I like it. And then special is Aura Sphere, Vacuum Wave, Flash Cannon, Protect. I think with Hydreigon being our special, then Lucario can be our other homie. I'm wondering if I want to go for a plus speed nature just to help out a little bit. I have to consult the spreadsheet and be like, oh yeah, like 112. Yeah, it basically depends if you want a fighting or steel priority move. I like steel priority move. I think steel is a little bit better. But that's just because I'm biased because I think that fairies are really, really strong. Mega Lucario is also 100 base speed. Let me see. According to Pokemon DB, the speed goes up to 112. So we do get a little bit of a boost there. With adaptability, I don't think we need a plus attack nature. I think I can greed a little bit for a plus speed. A jolly nature seems pretty good to me. We'll see. We haven't had to do any like crazy from scratch training, so we're saving our tickets. Okay. Now I have to go to the store. We have to buy the Mega Lucario Stone. Lucarionite and are you excited from we get Mega Lucario Z? It has an absurd base speed stat. Mega Lucario Z is going to be really interesting. I wonder if it's going to be like in the first update or maybe like the next update after that, you know? Where they have like a new regulation where they introduce the Z Megas and maybe even the base Megas go away. So you can only run Lucario Z and stuff like that or Absol Z. Mega Lucario Z has a base speed of 151. That puts it at like, that's like tippy top, isn't it? For speed tier? My goodness. And Mega Lucario Z is all special. It's not either or the way Mega Lucario is. Very interesting. So we wanted to run, what was it again? Do we run Anti-Dragon or Anti-Fairy Berry on our Hydreigon? Is there an Anti-Fairy Berry? You'll still die. Okay, so we want the Habbenberry. I'll pick a few of these. I'll pick up a few of these berries that I know are, like, common while I'm here in the shop. Scope lens is very, very funny. A lot of these I might not need, but I'm just picking them up while I'm in here. All right, so let's cook up our held items. Yeah, I've got Lumberry. I was running it on Armarouge for a little bit to beat Chlorophyll Sleep Powder leads, so I could just tank the Sleep Powder and then Armor Cannon the Venusaur. All right, so Samurott gets Focus Sash. Ceruledge will give probably Spell Tag. Palafin will get Mystic Water. Hydreigon gets the Choppleberry is probably more common than Habbenberry. But I'm going to go Habbenberry. Yeah, Scarf Ceruledge is also pretty interesting. Lock myself into Phantom Force and then keep disappearing over and over again before they can react. Is that even a thing? I love watching people randomly throw 2v1 scenario games by pressing Protect on them on for no reason. I'd run Flare Blitz if we do Scarf. I didn't realize that Ceruledge learns Flare Blitz. You know, I do like my Scarf delete button Mons. Corviknight. We're going to give you Leftovers. And Lucario, you get the Lucarionite. Yeah, it's just fear, right? When you're in that endgame scenario, you're like, oh, I need to protect one Pokemon because it's slower than the target. So if they actually attack this Pokemon, then my other Pokemon would be able to... You aren't doing damage either way. Either they outspeed you and it dies, or you protect and you don't do anything and then they outspeed you anyway. So yeah, it's actually a moot point. Okay. Should I do casual battles to test this out? No, we'll go into ranked. For y'all, we're just gonna full send it. Definitely a completely brand new team. Probably should just go casual. But we'll get in a game with this and kind of get a feel for it. We also have 2 Tailwind setters, so we don't necessarily need Scarf. We'll see. We want just speed control and aggression, I think, is kind of the idea for this team. Delphox, Garchomp. We don't have Wide Guard on this team, now that I think about it. Ooh, shout out to Water Tauros. So I can lead with Corviknight, so we don't have to worry about Earthquake. Just like double Rock Slide or something. Yeah, Corviknight plus Samurott, I think feels pretty decent. I was definitely thinking Corviknight plus Palafin. We Tailwind and Flip Turn. Well, what do we Flip Turn into? Hydreigon for Levitate. And then... maybe we don't bring Lucario to this one. We need Ceruledge for Masquerada. Can't we just punch it with Lucario, though? Maybe we don't bring Hydreigon to this one. Let's go like this. Hisuian Samurott seems very, very strong. But this is me leaning into Hero Form Palafin really hard. It hasn't proven itself yet. I think that you absolutely could bring Hisuian Samurott over Palafin. But we'll see. Now, Delphox, Mega Delphox just raw outspeeds. We've got Mirror Armor. Very nice. And we're going to Tailwind. And then Flip Turn. They might actually protect the Delphox to negate my Flip Turn and then just attack the Palafin. But I think they understand that they outspeed both here, and they're just going to go for a big Heat Wave. Corviknight, I think, can survive it, though. Yeah, good job. Aw, the burn. Aw. Shout out to Palafin for surviving all that. My God. We'll bring in Hydreigon. And we're just going to Dark Pulse the Delphox, I think. And with Tailwind, I think we can outspeed the Tauros. Probably hit it with Brave Bird. Actually, no, we have to Body Press because we're burned. So Brave Bird isn't going to do anything. I wonder if they'll protect the Delphox. They would never. Yeah, I know. I was thinking that that Garchomp was going to be a little bit more popular than just fighting Pokemon. Good protect. I definitely could have predicted that. Now that we're in Master Ball tier, I should probably be trying to out-predict a little bit more. Even with the stat drops, this Tauros is doing some work. The Intimidate saves me there. The Mirror Armor on the Intimidate is what saves my Hydreigon there for sure. Brave Bird is super effective. And then that's negated by the burn, so it's just base. And then we get Recoil plus burn. I think I am going to try to go for Brave Bird. Let me think. What could they bring? No, it's better to go for Body Press if they swap. I don't think they're going to switch out the Tauros because they want to take down Hydreigon, but I want to take down Delphox under Tailwind and then sweep from there. Body Press is also hit by burn. Oh, I didn't know that. Actually didn't know that. I thought because body press was calculated based on my defense that its damage wasn't actually reduced by burn. I thought the Tauros was just bulky as heck. The leftovers might allow us to survive burn. Hilarious. So Corviknight. We have one more turn of Tailwind. If I go for Tailwind, it fails, right? It doesn't refresh the Tailwind. It doesn't matter how it's calculated. It matters it's a physical move. Oh, okay. Yeah, I never knew. No, not protect. Draco Meteor. They're gonna protect the Garchomp, right? Oh well. They go for protect. Oh! I thought they're gonna double protect to run out the Tailwind. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I needed to predict the Delphox protect and go after the Tauros to get a little bit more momentum here. Aerodactyl just protected, so I could go after it with Meteor Mash. And then we switch Hydreigon into Corviknight to sack into the Rock Slide. That's cool. Wait, is that double protect? Yeah. Oh, that's so brutal. What? Did I misremember? They outspeed me anyway, I guess. Damn. I guess I needed to go for Bullet Punch just to get some damage there. Can protect here. They're never going to let me get away with this Tailwind. They're just going to Rock Slide, but it might miss. It might miss. Ho! Ho, ho, ho! Oh, the Rock Slide miss lets me get Tailwind. We're back. We're back. Okay, how many turns do they have left on their Tailwind? Because now we're just both under Tailwind. And hang on, battle info. They have one last turn of Tailwind. So they still outspeed me under Tailwind, right? Or at least Garchomp does. So what if I go for double protect? Yes! Oh my god, the double protect. We're in there. Okay. Now things get very weird. We aren't out of the woods yet, chat. Our team is bleeding to death. But we have Tailwind, by gum. They're going to double protect here. Because now they have to ride out my Tailwind again. We can Ice Punch the Garchomp. And just go for Dark Pulse into the Aerodactyl. Alternatively, we Draco. But this is just better accuracy. Nice Intimidate. Are they going to read the Protect? No. I have to go aggressive. Under Tailwind, I can't just take a passive turn to Protect. I'm just going to outspeed and just annihilate their entire lives. We're so far behind that they just have all of these Pokemon to keep switching in and out of and in and out of. They're going to try to outride the Tailwind so that Delphox can clear me with Heat Wave. That's their plan. But my Pokemon are strong enough that I can keep pressuring them over and over and over again. And I just have to keep attacking into their Protect, because if I try to make a read that they aren't going to Protect and try to go aggressive, I get Omega Punish. So I have to keep going for this Lair and forcing them to Protect. That's very cheeky to go for the Aqua Jet. Wait! When did my Tailwind run out? What? Oh my god, I thought I still had Tailwind. Okay, that's GG's. Well played by them. Damn, I must have missed a notification at the end of the turn. I still, you know, I'm a scrub. I really wish there was a more visual indicator that Tailwind was active as opposed to the tiny notification at the top. Or if there was like an icon, something else maybe elsewhere on the UI. Damn, they played really, really well to ride out the Tailwind. I'm trying to think of what I could have done differently. I really just sacked Lucario into the Earthquake for no reason. I guess I just needed to get the predict reads a little bit better. And then they wouldn't have as many Pokemon in the back to just keep switching in and out of like that. Because you just protect, and then you switch, and then you protect, and then you switch. So, I mean, that was just really well played. We were behind, but they weren't taking big risks to close out the game. They still played it very principled. And funny enough, the anti-Dragon Berry never came into calculation there. When they doubled up, when they hit the Palafin, they crit. It did manage to hang on, but then it was in the red when it tried to switch out with flip turn. So what I need to do is treat Palafin a little bit like Farigiraf, where I protect it turn 1 to protect the double up, because everybody wants to get damage on it before it flip turns. So now I can work that into my strategy, is to protect Palafin as a bait when they double up into it, and then set up Tailwind on the other side. That should have been my line. And then I just have a water Pokemon that's actually pretty good damage. So we learned, honestly, we learned a lot in that match, and that's with a fresh team. Get to Master Ball tier with the no Mega OG Knights team, and now we have this Dark Knight Tailwind team. I'm kind of excited. Corviknight got burned as well, which also really hurt me. If Corviknight didn't get burned, I drop way more damage on that stupid Tauros when it was just hanging out there, and they don't have as much room to maneuver. That was also really, really unfortunate for my side. It wasn't the cause of my loss, I'm just saying it was very unfortunate. Because Corviknight did stick around and click a lot of buttons, and in a different environment, that's also a thing I'm going to keep in mind for the future, is that Corviknight sticks around and can get damage. I've been struggling through Ultra. I'm so close to Master Ball. I believe in you, Art Pop. Enjoying the future of VGC? I actually am. I'm one of the noobs that I don't care about the lack of items or anything. Spectator mode is lit. Yeah, we had Rune and Zendo actually playing some scrims on the stream, and we were spectating. It was a crazy Hisuian Zoroark mirror, so the mind games were through the stratosphere. I fortunately got to Ultra Ball 1, and I went on a crazy win streak at the beginning of the stream and got to Master Ball tier. And this is my team, if you can believe it. Not this one. This one we just made, but it's this one. Empoleon, Chestnut, Armarouge, Aegislash, Heracross, Farigiraf, a Night-themed team. That's what I'm going for. I've got this Night team and then this, like, Dark Knight team. And I added Chestnut to the squad to try to use Mega Chestnut, and then that's when I found out that I can't use it because I don't have ZA. And so I just used Mega Chestnut, and it kept impressing me, so I just kept using it. So I got to Master Ball tier with no Mega Pokemon. I just got to build a team around a visual theme aesthetic. And we just slowly altered our team based on the metagame. And it worked out sicko crazy mode. I can actually show the details here. I'm 1 win away from Master. Oh, I'm sending you energy, Art Pop. I'm sending you big energy. What really carried me for this team is Armarouge has Wide Guard and Farigiraf's Armor Tail. My experience, people were just clicking Rock Slide and Earthquake just all willy-nilly into Wide Guard. Sometimes even multiple turns in a row, where I would just go for Wide Guard twice, thinking they would think that I wouldn't Wide Guard twice because they thought that I would expect them to adapt to the Wide Guard, and then I would just do something different and they would KO me. Or maybe they think that you can't Wide Guard multiple times the way that you can't protect multiple times generally without a percentage. But Wide Guard you can go for continuously as much as you want. But Wide Guard covers Rock Slide, Earthquake, Heat Wave, Dazzling Gleam, Hyper Voice. I was beating a bunch of teams like that. And Armor Tail is so overpowered. I love this ability. Armor Tail was screwing me over, so I put it on my team, and now I love it. I love Armor Tail. I love starting with a regular lead, and they lead Incineroar or Sneasler, and then I just switch one of my Pokemon into Farigiraf. So at the start of the turn, it comes out, and they've already locked in the Fake Out, and then the Armor Tail negates the Fake Out, and then I get off like a close combat or whatever. I was really just bullying people with that play, too. But Armor Tail stops Prankster Will-O-Wisp, because Prankster turns that into a priority move, so Armor Tail blocks it, and Armor Tail also blocks Sucker Punch. So if it's a weird, like, end game versus King Gambit, Farigiraf beats when they try to go for Sucker Punch. I won at least 2 games off of that interaction. But also, I got bullied because I lost to a Tinkaton. Because I remembered that Tinkaton learns Fake Out, but I forgot that Tinkaton has Mold Breaker. So Mold Breaker allows Tinkaton's Fake Out to go through Farigiraf's Armor Tail. Kingambit's been my nemesis. This team's nemesis is Pelipper. Rain is my hardest matchup. I'm like 2-15 versus like hard Rain or something. If they start Pelipper Archaludon, I was getting bodied by that lead over and over again, and I couldn't figure out how I should adapt to it. Yesterday, I figured it out, and I think we won a game earlier on the stream with the idea. You have to lead Aegislash and Heracross. And you just have to double up on the Pelipper. You just have to smack it and kill it. Either you do Choice Scarf Close Combat, even though it's not very effective, it's still just high base power stab into a flying Pokemon, and then Poltergeist or something comes through to clear it up with the Aegislash. Because you naturally outspeed Archaludon, if Pelipper goes for Tailwind, it's a little scuffed. I've run into all kinds of crazy stuff, but Hurricane deletes this team. Heracross dies, Chestnut dies, it's great damage into everything, 100% accuracy. And we got a follow from Art Pop Rain. Thank you so much for that follow. Once again, really hoping you get that last win to Master Tier. I got to give a shout out especially to Rune for suggesting Empoleon. This used to be Corviknight. At the very first form of this team was the Chestnut and the Empoleon were Dragonite and Sableye. And then eventually I switched out Sableye for Corviknight because I was like, maybe I want a different supporter mon, playing more into the Night team. And then I switched out Dragonite for Chestnut because I was originally rolling for Golurk, and I didn't get Golurk, and I got Chestnut. I was like, that's a Night. Let's put it on the team. And then Rune suggested Empoleon, which is kind of a Knight. Got the crown, it's got the steel type, got the royal aesthetic. And this was the missing piece for this team. Empoleon was like, mwah, having just good defensive typing that I can pivot into, another Mon on the team with Protect to give me some stalling capabilities versus Tailwind, Flash Cannon for some extra Fairy coverage because Fairy's very strong into this team because of all the fighting types. Are you going to NAIC? No, I didn't get picked for NAIC this year, unfortunately. I don't know if something will change last minute, but I didn't get picked to work the event this year, unfortunately. But we were running Chilling Water at first, and I decided to swap it out for Water Pulse to have something that's just a little bit stronger. Competitive is insane in this metagame. Whenever one of Empoleon's stats is dropped, it gains a double special attack boost. So if they intimidate Empoleon, you don't care about losing attack, you just gain special attack and you delete Incineroar with Water Pulse. It's hilarious. Icy Wind 2-shots Garchomp. Flash Cannon just gives us extra Fairy coverage. It's so good. I love Empoleon on this team. Oh, and these are the stat spreads, by the way. Rune cooked up some like hyper-specific stat spread for the Empoleon. I'm not sure exactly, but I didn't mess with it. This is just super good. And everything else is just double maxing with HP and whatever your top 2 are. Heracross is a really weird speed investment because it's Choice Scarfed. I'm trying to get into like higher tiers to get in front of Garchomp and stuff and Pelipper. I've been using Trick Room team mostly. I have a Sun team as well and a Mega Starmie team, but the Trick Room team has been my best. If I've played basically just this team and I've just been slowly tweaking it because Farigiraf has Trick Room. And so I can either go hard Trick Room and try to sweep, or I try to set up Farigiraf as just a bait protected in the opening and clear a path for Heracross to delete something. I've gotten some games off where I can Trick Room in the mid game heading into the end game, and then I set up for Empoleon or Chestnut or Aegislash to be the one to sweep. And it's worked out great. Chestnut has completely annihilated my opponent in so many endgames. You don't have to worry about Venusaur or Sinistcha because you're immune to Sleep Powder and Rage Powder. You're resisting a lot of water and electric moves, so you don't worry about Electro Shot as much, or Rotom Wash. I've had Chestnut 2v1 by just leech seeding the Mon that I don't care about, and then just going after the other one, slowly whittling it down with Body Press or Wood Hammer. Spiky Shield is also super strong. It's Protect. It just has a little bit of an extra upside, where if they attack into you, they take damage. My Trick Room team has definitely been built slowly along. If you'd like it, I could share my team so you could see it. Yeah, for sure. If you have the ID or whatever, it works. I forget exactly how it works. If there's like a paste code or something. Because it's... Hang on. No, replica teams are under training. Train replica teams. Yeah, and then you can, you put in the ID. We'll overwrite this first team. Seven BB 1C. I might not have all the stuff for this team, but I definitely want to take a look at it. ADE. Mudsdale. Ooh, that's pretty cool. Yo, and the Mega Crabominable. This team looks really fun. Heal Pulse, Dazzling Gleam. I like the Bright Powder on the Hatterini. I've seen people are saying Hatterini, but I think it's Hatterene. I don't know. Just the ability, sometimes your opponent misses, and that gives you the space to set up the Trick Room. I respect it. Quick Claw and Primarina is crazy work. Is there anything better to put in that spot? Liquid Voice turns Hyper Voice into a water move. Maybe you could run Mystic Water in that spot. I don't know. Fairy Feather, perhaps. I mean, this looks damn good. Drain Punch, Ice Hammer, Thunder Punch, Protect. Shout out to Crabominable. Super slow, bulky Incineroar. Fake Out lets you set up Trick Room. I think Tinkaton would go crazy on this team. Fake Out. Well, no, Tinkaton probably not, because you want to use it for like Thunder Wave, which maybe messes up the Trick Room calculations. But I was running that at one point too, both Hyper Voice and Dazzling Gleam, just to keep going for spread damage if I'm across from like a Ghost or a Steel type that resists Hyper Voice. But I have really grown to love just having Psychic on Farigiraf. I've really grown to like just having Psychic, because you can just delete Sneasler, just good single target damage. You don't have to worry about the spread damage reduction. And I think that you can make better use of Trick Room sometimes by just knocking something out. My Farigiraf is min speed. Yeah, yours is too. The minus speed nature. I had like minus speed and extra special attack. Mine is like max special attack, if you could believe it, with a little bit of special defense and HP investment. I think mine is like max special attack, max HP, actually. And then with a spread special defense and defense investment, and that's worked out beautifully for me. My Farigiraf feels tanky as all get out. It's definitely meta dependent. I've seen way more Sneasler these days and just way more Pokemon where Psychic is just a good move into it. I think early days, Dazzling Gleam was way better because everybody was running the default team, so everybody had like, you know, Dragonite and Hydreigon from the early default teams. In Dazzling Gleam, you were just clearing a bunch of stuff, but Psychic feels like it has a really good niche in the meta. That way you can do spread and then focus a lot of big chunk of damage on one thing. And then if they're only have one thing left, then hyper voice, you don't have the spread calc debuff anymore, and you deal increased damage. Mudsdale, I was literally looking at earlier today. Soft Sand Earthquake. Incineroar, I would probably put a different held item on Incineroar. Maybe Choppleberry. And probably put the leftovers on Mudsdale. Is Mudsdale actually really bulky? Leftovers on Farigiraf would actually go kind of cool too. Since yours is actually built super duper bulky. And probably put Citrus Berry on Incineroar. This is good. I don't think I have Hatterene. So they might not let me take this replica team. But let me write down this code. So if I do end up picking up Hatterene, I can play around with it. I feel like Earthquake is kind of difficult to set up, but you have a lot of protects on your team. So one Pokemon can protect, and then Mudsdale goes for Earthquake. But maybe you just want to go for like high horsepower. Rather than Earthquake, you just have like a single target. A lot of spread damage on this team. Wow, I thought I had Crabominable. Oh, wait, what? Oh, I see. It would overwrite my current Farigiraf to become this new one. I see. Yeah, I appreciate you dissecting it. All good points. And that's just, again, from my personal experience. And I've been completely smoking people by just running Wide Guard. And the metagame is shifting, so more and more Pokemon are running Wide Guard. And just having more single target on your team lets you maybe call out the Wide Guard. You go for your double Dazzling Gleam and they Wide Guard, and then and then later on you still have high horsepower or Psychic to get around the Wide Guard. And then just some efficiency with held items. I think that's fine. Soft Sand might be the best bet on the Mudsdale. But it looks good. Mudsdale looks incredibly solid. Because I've seen Trick Room with Crabominable, but never Mudsdale. So I do like that idea. And having 2 Trick Room setters is very strong. Because I only have one. Because I'm not a hard Trick Room team. It's just kind of there in case. I can use it to like maybe counter a Tailwind. Or if I'm against a team that is very, very fast naturally. And I'm like, oh, I need to try to go for Trick Room. And it's funny, right? Because other people will have like Fake Out and stuff to help with Trick Room. I've got Close Combat, right? I delete one Pokemon so Farigiraf takes less damage, and then I get my Trick Room off. It's kind of a strange anti-synergy because like the Choice Scarf means that Heracross will always go last under Trick Room. So I've had games where I set up Trick Room, and then when my Trick Room runs out, Heracross comes back in for the end game and then goes first again. I did run into that with an Aegislash earlier. Luckily, Incineroar got through the Wide Guard. Oh my god, that's true. Incineroar is also going to be your anti-Wide Guard. Because I don't have Wide Guard on my Aegislash, but I think a couple people in chat were telling me that they were running it that way. And Pelipper also gets Wide Guard. They gave that demon everything. I'm super biased against Pelipper now. I can't believe that Pokemon gets Wide Guard. But I'm running Armarouge with Wide Guard on my team, and it feels fantastic. To Wide Guard against the Heat Wave and then land that Rock Slide and knock out the Charizard is pure dopamine. But a lot of people have said that Trick Room is one of the harder teams to play. And I forget who we were talking to earlier in the chat. Was it Customize? Who said that whoever said that Trick Room was hard to play is a liar. I wonder how many people let Trick Room get set up for free. Because there's only like a handful of good Trick Room setting Pokemon, so it's very telegraphed. And I've even played games where me and my opponent will both Trick Room, and so they twist the dimensions, and then I untwist the dimensions, and it's just like... you just stare blankly at them like, do-over? Most of my Pokemon do kind of support Crabominable because he just deletes stuff. He's ridiculous. I'm super hyped for Mega Crabominable. People are definitely giving him a lot more attention. Yo, Etrium Cyborg, welcome, welcome. I'm just in my kind of winding down the stream yap session right now. I'm really spent from making it to Masterball tier today. And we built a new team. So we can maybe shift and try to learn a new team. Or we stick with our current team and we'll just add Mega Chestnut. Because I did it without Megas and no Pokemon Home. But maybe I can be a good boy and put Mega Chestnut on the team now. I've seen a Crabominable Trick Room team with Slowking using Trick Room and then Chilly Reception into Crabominable. That seems fun, but I don't have a Slowking. I played against that exact team and I got completely obliterated. I got completely obliterated by the Crabominable. Because I was like, oh, they're going to set up Trick Room so I can bring my slow Pokemon and then I'll be able to just sweep the game out from under them. But Crabominable is even slower than my team, and Ice Hammer lowers its speed even further, so there was no way for me to get around it, and I got swept. My bird and the enemy sword standing in front of each other for all eternity. I only have body press. They can't do any damage to me through leftovers and roost. Race to struggle to kill him. I think Aegislash gets to struggle first, right? It depends on what their fourth move is. Actually, no. Your Corviknight should get struggle first because Aegislash would be endgame, and theoretically you used Corviknight earlier in the match. So you would have eaten more of your power points early on, perhaps? It's going to be close because struggle is typeless, so it can hit ghosts. And you won't be able to resist it with steel. The question is, struggle is, I forget, it's like 50 base power, and I think it recoils, right? So Aegislash's struggle will not be resisted by Corviknight's steel, but I think it is a physical move, so it's still held back by your defense. And Aegislash will still take recoil from it. Oh, this is the struggle. I wish I could, like, go to my friends list and spectate. Hang on. That would be broken. But hang on. Can I? Submenu, friends. Can I spectate your ranked match? Hang on a second. Oh, man. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, dude. I think I win as long as they don't start stalling. I've invested in the saga now of the Struggle Wars. Oh my god, view gameplay stats? Or let me creep on you hard, Zendo. 102 victories, well played. If I lose to Rope, I'm gonna be sad. Oh, that is a possibility. Yeah, if you just run out of time in the match, because there's a hard time limit on the match. So that you can't run hard stall strategies on people. And then if that's the case, then it would be a draw. Even if you're ahead on HP, in, I guess, like, actual, like, tournament time rules, if it is time in the round, then it goes by whoever has the most Pokemon that aren't KO'd. And then HP percentages on the surviving Pokemon. So I think in a tournament you would come out on top, but it'll be a draw if it's on ladder. So you just have to keep mashing the button. And there's a little bit of input lag when you're actually selecting your move. Because make sure you pick your move really, really quick, too, because you also have a chess clock. There's the overall hard time limit of the match, but you also have a chess clock that you can think too long and then also run out of time and then lose on that. Damn, I wish I could spectate. It would be like... it would be it would be cool to just be like, oh, so-and-so's playing ranked, and just watch their matches and learn from them. And then you could probably go into the menu and just click an option to say, I don't want people to spectate me. You know, like competitive players who are prepping their teams and stuff obviously would select that option. But this is like something I just want to pop in and take a look. Because you can spectate in a private lobby. If you build a private lobby, you can spectate the games that are going on within that environment. But I guess to maintain ranked integrity, it's maybe best not to. I don't know. Because it's like, what are the odds that I queued up against somebody and it's like, oh, and then somebody in chat goes, hang on, I'm on this guy's friend list. Let me spectate the match. You could have it spectate, but then just put a hard delay, right? You spectate the match, but then there's just like, it waits a second and then you're like 30 seconds behind or whatever. Because there's other games that do that as well, where you can spectate, but there's a natural delay. You can't spectate the game from right when it starts. The match has to have been going for at least a minute or whatever, and then you spectate. And that could be a nice upgrade down the road. I really hope they do that. Because that would be hype. Not the 2 minutes left notification. How many more moves do you have to cast? Because the time ticks down even around like all of the animations and stuff too, right? Yeah, not having like Brave Bird or something. I have so many. Yeah, I think that one's going to be a draw. Just play it out, Zendo, and take the draw. Because I'm trying to actually hang on. I can look at the PowerPoints of Aegislash. Right? Because Aegislash is 36, only 8 on King Shield. If they're on Poltergeist, that's also 8. Shadow Sneak is rare. Shadow Sneak is a little bit rarer. So if they're on, well, Swords Dance is in that slot. 20 Shadow Sneaks, I'm cooked. They were on Close Combat. Really? Close Combat is 8. So if they're on Close Combat, Shadow Sneak, King Shield, and Ironhead is just normal, right? I've seen some builds run Wide Guard. I've seen some builds with Sacred Sword. Once you get to 1 minute, the countdown sits in the middle of the screen. Draw it is. That's good. I mean, fighting your opponent down to a draw game is good enough. Did your Corviknight still have more HP left than Aegislash? Then I think you technically would have won in a tournament, but for a ladder, it's a draw is good. A draw is good. You still get victory points. Because it's like 300 for a win, 100 for a loss, 100 something for a loss, and then a draw. Maybe it's the same as like it's like 170. It's not a loss or a win. Maybe you get 200 for a draw. Yeah, I put Corviknight on this secondary team that we built, and it's got Iron Defense, Body Press, Brave Bird. Punish again for Body Press, Tailwind, Iron Defense, Roost moveset. Yeah, the Roost, I've played against that once, but there's a lot of ghosts in the metagame, dude. So I don't like having just body press. I actually really enjoy the Brave Bird. It's got really high base damage. So even though Corviknight doesn't have... It has a decent base attack stat, to be honest. It's just good damage into stuff. And you can still hit fighting types with it. And ghosts. Eat Sinistra. So definitely you might swap out Roost for the Brave Bird. Especially if you're running leftovers. Roost is kind of risky though, right? Because you can Roost and then they can Earthquake you. Which would then hit you for super effective because you're Steel type, right? But we tried to play this team and I got cooked. My opponent played it really, really well. But this will be a new, more aggressive Tailwind team to learn. With Mega Lucario as well. I am really excited to use Hisui and Samurott as well. We did get some interesting value out of Palafin, but it took, like, it got doubled up on, and it took way too much damage before it could flip turn. But outside of that, I think we did play it quite well. If I played that same player again, I probably would start like Palafin Ceruledge. And then try to land oh man, another raid coming through. Casey! Oh my god, Totodile Dundee. That's a godlike name. What's up, Casey? Welcome in, everybody. My name's Scarzig. I'm the TCG player, caster, host. You might remember from some of the internet broadcasts for the regionals. Exploring Pokemon Champions. And I actually did make it to Masterball tier earlier today with this insane night-themed team. And I found out partway through sculpting it that I'm not allowed to use Mega Chestnut. So I used regular Chestnut and we got there. I still haven't. No worries, Totodile. I just did it as a special challenge for myself because I was really feeling this team. I was really cooking. I've got a strong... Why can't you use it? Because I don't have Legend ZA. It turns out that if you want to use Mega Chestnut, Mega Delphox, or Mega Greninja, or Mega Floette, they have to come from Legend ZA. And I didn't know that. I thought they would just be in the team, in the shop. And I was like, oh, well, I guess I'll use Mega Chestnut. And then Mega Chestnut just kind of kept working. So we just kept using it. And we climbed. I was hoping they would fix it. Yeah. I didn't know that at first because I didn't look in the shop for all the Megas, you know? Because I just used Pokemon Recruit Ranch. We got another follow from Casey. Thank you so much for that follow as well, Casey. And I know that, like, Delphox is really cool right now and people want to use it. Floette apparently has been really tearing up the metagame. Yeah, so no Mega at all. I ended up just not using a Mega. My very first team, I used like the free Dragonite they gave you, and I was using Mega Dragonite. But it really didn't feel that good into the metagame. It felt like it wasn't really doing enough damage. And we got a follow from Totodile Dundee. Thank you so much, and welcome to the Knighthood, Totodile. I did build a second team, and I'm going to try Mega Lucario on this one. And another follow from Deadly Eyes. Thank you, and welcome to the Knighthood, Deadly Eyes. But it was just super cool for me to just go for night-themed Pokemon. Empoleon was a last-minute addition, and it was the missing piece for this team. The big MVPs are Armarouge learning Wide Guard, saving me from all of the Rock Slide and Earthquakes and Heat Waves. My Heracross, Scarf Rock Slide to one-shot Charizards. Farigiraf's Armor Tail absolutely carrying me. I don't have to worry about Fake Out. I don't have to worry about Sucker Punch. The interactions with this ability just slay me. No Aqua Jet. Like, I'm just going in. I felt really comfortable with the team and there's no Mega, so I scrapped it. I love your closed captions. How do you do it? Is that StreamerBot or something else? It's the text-to-speech OBS extension, the one that's on GitHub from Rat from a compiler. And the way that the text bubble like toggles on and off, I have it set with StreamerBot, and it's a, hang on, let me look up the it's a voice filter. It's an audio filter. Oh, it's the move transition. There's an OBS filter extension. I forget what it's called. A plugin, OBS plugin, where an audio source can trigger a visual effect. And so I use that so that way when I talk, the speech bubble comes on with the captions, and then when I'm shutting up for a few seconds, which is impossible because I'm a yapper, it'll disappear. It's kind of cool. I don't know how to do any of that. It was really fun to set up. Check out Shindigs. I'll put it in the chat because I don't gatekeep the tech. Shindigs and Nutty. These are two YouTube channels that specialize in doing funky ideas for your stream. How do I set up this? How do I do that? And Nutty has a specific on how to use StreamerBot, how to use all these OBS plugins and whatnot. I mumble a lot, so it does still work with that. Yeah, exactly. And I've got the little slimes on the stream from Stream Avatars, and you can use your channel points to use the slime charm item, and then it'll summon a slime. Thank you. I need to bling out. I'm a full-time stay-at-home dad, and I can return to content. Oh, that's tight, Totodile. I'm excited. It is a grind. It's going to be a lot of hard work. I mean, I'm planning, after I end the stream here in a sec, I'm going to get some food. I have some... Oh, God, my dogs heard me say food. I need to do some more YouTube thumbnails for my client. And then I have to edit a YouTube video. Oh, my God, and the sub from Casey. Thank you so much, Casey, for that gifted sub to Mikarem. If you type one more, there's another bonus for subs. If you type one more message, Casey, this is another fun thing that I set up. I really appreciate that gifted sub. I hope you'll be able to show it off. Casey says, I don't mean to one-up Totodile, but I do have 2 kids. Oh, it didn't work? Oh, I think it's the person that receives the sub has to do it. Oh, man. I have a special thing where it detects a new subscriber, and then their next message is broadcast in a special display for the whole stream. And so it uses this setup to broadcast the message. Building that was also super duper fun. I love that damn thing. I have 3. I have 4, I mean. I have 6. Here are my 6 children that got me to Masterball tier. And also my 2 other children. Come here. Come show everybody. You're cute. Come here. Girl. This is Gilly. Everybody say hi to Gilly. Oh, she got cute paws. Good girl. All right, I'm going to come play. You're right. Daddy's been streaming overtime. It's time to pay attention to the Bambinos. All right, Casey. Thank you so much. Hang on, let me do my outro. That one you heard was Tango. She big and grumpy. It's her birthday today, so I got to go give her some treats. I know. Now, let's find somebody to raid. We'll keep the love going. Cyborg says I have a furry baby and a scaly baby. Do they count? Oh, heck yeah. My wife really likes leopard geckos. In a different lifetime, we probably do have a lizard. Or like a bearded dragon or something. I lost because he got a lucky flare blitz burn. Oh, Art Pop. Dang. We were really rooting for you, homie. I maybe lost earlier to a heat wave burn. Yeah, she's flipping out. I gotta get out of here. Oh my word. It is playtime. I'm just looking to see who's online so we can throw the raid at somebody. Have a great night, buddy. I got to bounce to take care of my 12 children. I hope to catch a future stream. We're definitely going to be right back at it again on Saturday. I'm going to throw you all at my homie, Lucky Boy. Lucky Boy is always the one that's raiding us. So now I get a chance to return the favor.